Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, June the 16th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Make sure you guys can all hear me loud and clearly. All right. Wow, what a morning, guys. Look at this gap on the SPY. I'm also I didn't have this in my watch list. I'd seen it at the top here, but I thought it was some kind of weird thing. But look at this Rose U. I can't, when I first saw this, I thought, well, maybe this is a reverse split that has not been accounted for. Although I can't see that. I cannot see that. So this is Rose U. Lots and lots of volume. So as I jokingly said to one of the other guys in the trade ideas, just pick a stock, any stock. So let's take a look at, obviously the entire market is ripping with a very few ones that are down. I haven't seen something like this in a long time. This is my pre-market actives up and down $1, just kind of a subset of these two. And there are only two stocks that are down over $1 that meet my criteria today. And look at everything else. Man, oh man. So U1, of course, was from yesterday. That was in the basic new highs. And then Peloton, interestingly, is down. And anyway, let's take a look and let's see what are some of the other movers and shakers this morning. So, of course, we've got MCEP. MCEP, I think this was after hours yesterday. Yeah, big move after hours yesterday for MCEP. Kind of holding. Or maybe not. The high last after hours yesterday was almost 14, so it's just about cut in half right now. Relatively low float. It is an earnings play. MCEP is an earnings play. Clear, CLIR. Another one that announced something after hours yesterday, some kind of a deal they've got with Exxon. IDYA. It's holding, not too badly. Huge gap up for IDYA. Partnership with Glaxo on something. I kind of had high hopes for this one, the MFA. This is actually an earnings play, but it's very erratic right now. It's a big float, so you wouldn't expect it to be so erratic, but it's an earnings play, but it's in that investment pools and funds, and of course with the Fed just pouring money in, I thought maybe this would hold a little bit better. But let's just see how this holds over 3. I don't like that move down there at all, but we'll have to see. But it is an earnings play, so it'll be active all day, and that's the MFA. Jack and Jill. Is it over $1 still? Yeah, it's still over $1. Lots of volume, up 73%, 50 cents. Entering into material definitive agreement. I'm just trying to check the news. So they had some news. I haven't. But the other thing is, there's a 200-day moving average at 116. So it might stall right there for JILL. IQ, so there are rumors that Tencent, TME, will be buying them. IQ, that's the rumor. Look at that gap up. Ooh, man, I don't know if just a rumor right now. Coty, COTY. All right, so this could get interesting. It's over 5, obviously. It got up to 627 about 4 or 5 days ago. 627 for Coty. It's not a low float. $750 million in the float. And I don't see any specific news. I'm just checking. I don't see any specific news for it, other than the overall market is just ripping. And GSX, I know a lot of people were watching GSX yesterday, continues this climb, just destroying the shorts, an all-time high now for GSX. When I say destroying the shorts, because I think one of those big short sellers was piling into this one, maybe back in this area here. I'm sort of interested in this, but it has really gapped down quite a bit. I mean, there's a CVU. It hit 530, but it is pulled way back. It's a low float, 10 million in the float. You can see it's got a ton of room. Now, again, the headline, $43 million order. Now, that's all I checked. I don't know if it's over 1,000 years or, you know, how solid it is, but that's what the headline is. $43 million order from Northrop Grumman, or Grumman. But it was near the 200-day. In fact, it was up to the 200-day moving average. It got right up to it, and it pulled back. There it is, 537. Here. Here's a big gap up for here. Basically, I think they've given some Q2 estimates. So this is a massive gap up, low float, 14 million. Look at this. I mean, that's a beautiful break out of all this for here. And again, it's a low float situation. Sava was added to the 200 or to the Russell today, Sava. So it popped up to 318. It's pulled back a little bit. Sava, another low float situation, 22 million in the float. And they've also some information on their phase 2 study, 2B study. Yeah, this Rose U, I can't really, there's got to be some news on it. Again, when I first saw it, I thought, okay, this has done a reverse split or something, and we just don't have it listed here yet. I mean, I honestly don't see any news. I mean, there's a filing, but that was on the 14th. Yeah, I honestly don't see any specific news on it. Well, it's got 1 million shares. I mean, it only traded 127,000 yesterday. You're right in that regard. It doesn't trade very much, but and there's the 200-day. Well, we have it here. That's what's confusing me. We do have the 200-day listed there, but we don't have the 200. So, I mean, if it started trading as Rose U back here, yeah, right here. So it's not 200 days. Anyway, all we can do is wait for the market to open on it. BMRA is another one. Is it held? Nah, it hasn't held at all. Look at this, 816 all the way down to 625. And it filed for an EUA. I mean, these and it's a virus play. You know, emergency use authorization, but it's a filing for it. You know, it hasn't been granted it or anything like that. So, I mean, that's the problem when you read these press releases. Another NIO is having a nice resurgence here. So it looks like they've closed their financing at 595. So that's a great move for NIO. NIO. And MNPR, let me see this one, MNPR. MNPR, another one that's, okay, it's not very much volume. Oh, and it doesn't trade very much. Sorry about that. This does not trade very much. Only 7,000 shares yesterday, but I saw this gap up to 14. It wasn't on very many shares. But I saw this void here, so it just doesn't trade very much. And it's just really, the only news I saw was a change in directors. And then maybe a sympathy play with MCEP, or maybe not, CEI, Camber. Almost a very ominous one, 666,000. Oh, Let's see if we can get the double ominous 666 666. It's not going to happen. Rose, Rose, Rose. No, there's anybody. Can anybody find any news on it? I just don't have time to really dig on this Rose U. Well, I don't see. I see what it says. It says May delivered a positive earnings surprise. Okay. I mean, that is news that I do see. I read this. Oh, that's not bringing me to anything. This is not bringing me to anything that. When I read this, I thought it said may deliver, but now it says delivered. Okay, well, I see a filing. Well, I don't see any. Again, I don't see the news even from Interactive Brokers. Well, it must be some kind of that's an incredible run if that's just on earnings. Yeah, I don't see that as an official. Oh, look at UO1, guys. UO1. U1. Sorry, UONE. This is so this was a big star we had yesterday in the basic new highs and lows. Also, were you guys around late enough to catch that move in MYT yesterday from the basic new highs and lows right there? I think the alert was, well, I have a dollar. It was right at a dollar and it ran all the way up to $1.45. And that was the MYT, sorry. So no idea what to expect from this one today, especially if the market, a huge gap. I mean, if we get some fading, but I'm very interested to see what we're going to get today in the basic new highs and lows. It was sensational yesterday. But again, we had that sort of day in which it recovered all day long, the market. Hey, Real. Yeah, nice to see you in the room. Bright and early. Yes, Celdex. So many to look at. I mean, this was, see, the problem is this is only up 4.4%, so it's buried down here with all these ones that have just completely and utterly gapped up. So there are only two. So Chesapeake, Peloton, interesting that one is starting to fade somewhat. Yeah, so we have the airlines, Love, AAL, I'm sure JetBlue. Look at TJ, look at TJ. Right at the 200-day moving average, 55.83, guys. Right at that 200-day moving average for TJX. It's a buyout rumor from TME, Tencent. They're about the same size. I think I just quickly looked at the press release. They were about the same size, a couple of China streaming companies, and they're about the same size. I think, in fact, IQ is a little bit bigger in terms of the number of subscribers. Well, Jefferson, we'll see how your trading improves as you're sipping on your mango strawberry wine. We have an IPO today, guys, also. RPRX. RPRX is a... Okay, so this is obviously going to assume this... have I got the right symbol? I thought it said RPRX, or maybe it was P... I think what will happen is this is just going to assume this symbol. Yeah, this is back in. So I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So this is going to be RPRX. It's a new. It's the largest IPO of the year. 2 billion shares are releasing at $28. I think I read that it's the second. It's the second largest biotech IPO in history. Well, let me, I'm going to just quickly look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. See if it's loaded. Actually, not too many of either, so let me get them in. Oops. Just a few more to go of the upgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Now I'm going to get the downgrades in. Some big names being downgraded. Intel and NVIDIA. What do they know? All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from barbriefing.com. They did a financing, didn't they? NKLA, they did a financing. Wow, they've shrugged it off. I think they did a financing. Didn't they announce something, or they've registered shares to? I thought it was a pretty big. I just can't see it anymore. I thought they did. I thought they announced the financing right there. You see, after hours, right there on that candle, that big red candle. I thought that was what it was about. No, whatever. They've completely shrugged it off. All right, I will get rid of these two. You mean in? No, I haven't. I haven't put it in. You mean in the scans? Not yet. It's kind of a work in progress, But as you know, it's so simple for you to do. Just if you want, all you have to do is really just upping the count to 60. And the other, and I upped it to 4%. I mean, that's not that big a deal. Okay, now Chesapeake, one of the few stocks that is down. And again, the financing stock, the bankruptcy stock. Well, I guess you call financing too. And let's see, I think, how's that CVU doing right now? CVU, is it still holding? Yeah, okay, I mean, keep an eye on it. There's a 200-day moving average, 537. It's an eye-catching headline, whether it means exactly what it says in terms, I mean, I didn't check it. Excuse me, other than the $43 million order with Northrop. But I didn't see, for how long or is it up to, anything like that. But traders, all they do is they just take a quick look at a headline and pile in. But it's basing here. So let's see if it gets a pop over 4 and resumes. And that's for the CVU. Low float, look at the volume that came in. This does not trade very much. You can just see, look at this. I mean, yesterday, only 64,000 shares traded. It's already traded 1.2 million shares. See, Real and I are twins with the 332-inch monitors. I would never add another one. Personally. Schlumberger is on the move also. And look at this, what a nice break for Schlumberger here. It's a 300, good volume. It's a big float, big float. Well, to completely deviate, the best thing I ever did in the last little while was get them on pedestals. So it's not stacked exactly, but they're on pedestals. So I'm now basically eye level, which is a huge difference. Plus it frees up all sorts of space on the desk. Anyway, MDRX. Supported, you know what I mean. They're not pedestals, they're well, as always, KK, I don't know what price you're in at, but as we speak, it's up a little bit, but not very much volume. As long as you have a stop in place. All right, guys, market is, well, who knows what this market's going to bring today, but let's have a great trading day, everybody. And I'm very interested to see what happens in my basic new highs and lows. And if you want, my poor watch list, an afterthought. You want to follow my watch list? Click on New from the channel, from the toolbar, channel bar, and then My Windows, Barry's Windows. These 3 windows will load Okay, everything in here is a channel. Make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you do it. All right, and now we are open. All right, Coty. So I'm going to move back here from 528. Let's see how well it holds 5. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, just all right, well, very quickly, okay, go to the scans, okay, and when you find it, just click on the link. When you click on the link, you know, just have to find it. There it is, basic. Click on the link. When you click on the link, it'll show up here, you know, in a new tab. Highlight it, just copy it, okay, Control C, copy it, and then file load from cloud. File load from cloud, and it should appear right there in that box. If it's not there, if it's blank for some reason, it shouldn't be, but if it is, just paste it in, Control V it in, and then load. That's it. All right. So what is the market now? Is this going to turn into sort of the negative of yesterday, the huge gap up and then the fade all day? Remember what we had yesterday? We had the huge gap down and then the recovery all day long till kind of the end of the day where it looked like the market was actually going to go, well, it looked like it was going positive and then it went negative again and then it finished positive. So kind of a bit of a little bit of schizo action at the end. All right, so Coty up and down. Look at the volume that came in. All right, well, not too much action yet. Remember, this BMRA was up to 8 something, 825 or so. All right, well, we're starting to see some fading now from as the market puts in a little bit of a red bar. You know, the market had been sort of sliding just a little bit in the last half hour before the market opened. Now we've got a little bit of a red bar. And I'm seeing some of these stocks that were flying high in the pre-market starting to give it up somewhat. And I see we do have a halt. Wow, U1 is halted on the way up. So this has been this one was from yesterday. From the basic new highs, it got halted once at least. But if you got it anywhere close to when it was first alerted, it was an unbelievable run. I mean, it was a little bit spready, but all right, so plays on the way down. I'm only looking for new, you know what? Doggone it. I should have, okay, you know what? I can quickly do it. Haha. There we go. Okay. All right, guys. Well, there's a little pop here for CVU. Boy, it doesn't trade very much. You're right. Look at that. I mean, hardly traded at all yesterday. But it's up on this order from Northrop. But remember, it did hit a high in the pre-market of 530, right to the 200-day moving average. And it just basically fell right off it. But look at the volume coming in now. I mean, this is having its day. Tupperware starting to fade here. Tupperware. After a gap up, but it's starting to fade. So we're starting to see some of this action. The flyers in the pre-market starting to fade somewhat. I typically sit out the first 15 minutes anyway. Let things settle down a little bit. How's this MFA doing? All right, AECOM, good move for AECOM, ACM. Of course, if you're following the news, basically announcing a $1 trillion infrastructure program. Going to help stocks like AECOM. Okay, guys, so I'm saying a lot like this now. Gap up and reverse, okay? So we're seeing a lot like this. And we're still setting, there's some, I think Real mentioned some. Can't find it. But we're starting to see a lot of gap up and reverse based on that first red candle. All right, U1 is resumed. Wow, look at this. This is like yesterday, guys. Make sure I didn't put something stupid in here. 124%, 60. Okay. Yeah, nothing triggering yet. And in a new highs. You mean the platform itself, Bill? So they have a toolbar, etc.? Oh, okay. Here is a link. Wow. Something is, I mean, this is, this had the big pop yesterday. Pull back a little bit. Look at this UO, look at U1. Just a little early for me. This is just run without me. 806 on the alert. What's the spread? Yeah, it can be a little crazy. Oh, look at this thing go, guys. This could get halted again. All right. So this one just got halted on the way down. Yeah, it got halted again. Yeah, so there was the. Okay, so this, I'm going to stick an alert for this one around 444. It did hit a high of 530. It got right to the 200-day moving average. And let's see if the headline still attracts traders to it, okay, for CVU. All right, guys. So it's a little bit wild, but I did end up after it took out the original alert for the only AI trade so far. I've traded out of it. Well, I guess we can talk about it. Okay, so there it was at 1448. You notice that it dropped a little bit, and then once it got, I had an alert set for the 1448 again. See if it took it out. This can be a crazy trader. There's only 14 million in the float. So I've traded out of it. That's just a quick, if it takes out 15, I might get back in. I mean, it did hit a high of what, 18 something in the pre-market. So I'm just going to stick an alert around 1520. See if it takes that out later on. All right, so MCEP, there was the, okay, so I'm going to stick an alert right there, right where it triggered around 811 and see if it takes it out again. Well, there's play. The original alert on the downside was 17.99, so 17.60 now for play. There's actually. Ooh, it's a crazy one right now. MCEP. It's a real crazy one. Yeah, it's all over the place right now. Just watching to see if it takes back eight. Excuse me, takes back eight. Oh, it's a crazy one, guys. I'm just wanting to see it settle down a little bit. I mean, this MCE. If you just just watch that bid and ask, just watch the activity here. I mean, it's been crazy. So I am going to stick another alert right up here. See if it takes out 8 again. Remember, I mean, this hit. What did it hit? $14 after hours yesterday. Wow, U1 just it's continuing. Well, it did get up to 920. It's pulling back now. All right, guys. So BMRA, now again, they filed, okay, for an emergency use authorization. It's filed to the FDA. FDA has not approved it or anything like that, but that's what the news is for for BMRA. Here has been very active. All right. Well, I'm still going to keep an eye on this MCEP if it takes out 8 later on. I mean, it may not. I mean, it's still up a huge amount. Extraordinary volume for it. Oh man, if a guy could have got this anywhere close to that $8 level, you won. Well, you wouldn't have thought this was going to happen based on the pre-market. It was It was down to 460 in the pre-market, and that's a U1. Looking for another halt in this one, U1. You have shorts? I don't know. There are no shorts for me. You must be at your other broker. No shorts for me for NKLA. Okay, guys, here on the move. I'm not in it anymore. I did trade out of it, but so far so good on the Holly alert, the AI alert. I mean, it was a little bit challenging, but that's why it had a fairly wide stop. And from the watch list, 1490. Let's take a look at some of the other ones from the watch. Ooh, what's this one? Well, this has room. This DLNG, it definitely has room. Well, Holly's not a person, no. I mean, it's a little play on words. People are always looking for the holy grail of trading, so we nicknamed her Holly. It's the AI. Well, here it may fade, but it ain't fading anytime soon. Or or maybe now. I mean, it's been a strong. I like the CLIR. I like it. The only problem is that it's got this 2 to get through. If it can get through 2, I mean, it's already up 133%, so I don't know. Wow. Now I feel like a fool having basically traded out of this. Just one moment, please. All right, guys. So far, the 2 AI alerts are exactly the price ranges I'm loving, and I took the other one also. I wish I still had the here, but I also took the other one. Okay, that's the price range that I like. And again, if you have the AI, now I can show them now because it's kind of after the fact. 1313. These are the price ranges. I love the AIs under 20. The only thing that was a little concerned with the Fold was maybe this area, but I thought, what the heck, I'll take it. Put a $13 stop. But look at it go though. And here's Fold here. Okay, so the reason why it's only showing up now, remember, I upped this to 60, the count alerts to 60. This would have shown up earlier, but wow, I missed the 199. What did it get to? 215. Wow, look at Fold. Lots happening, guys. Well, if you could have got this anywhere close to $8 before it got halted, and it didn't get it got halted the first time at, actually it got halted at 708. It resumed at 739, the price. Look at this. So $4. And so far, I mean, the market's not helping. I mean, the market's obviously had a huge gap up, but it's not doing anything right now. It's just kind of static. Look at Fold. Wowzer. This is what I'm talking about, guys. 1313 on the alert, 1372, 1445, 1566 now. Okay, that is the AI in action today. I don't mind displaying it after the fact. All right, so I'm going to stick an alert where that 364, I mean, look at the room it's got, DLNG on that monthly chart. Well, we do use the, why the room is free. Okay, keep an eye on CVU, guys, as it's trying to make its way back here. CVU has only 10 million in the float. You notice I took the NCLH, traded out of it. No, you can't. Sorry. Yeah, this is, I always have to explain it like this too. This is not a full-blown charting package. All right. I mean, I like our charts. I don't use a lot of indicators, so consequently, things that you're asking for, I know certainly on other charting packages, like what I'll call full-blown charting packages, you can do things like that. All right. Well, okay, guys. Good night. Well, I'm looking to get out of some of this. Just watching. Okay, I just taking some out, the 1371, 1372. So just in case it cannot get through that whole number. Wow, this is halted on the way up again. This is what, the third, fourth halt for you one. Jeez. All right, lithium. So this has some room on that weekly chart to on the 8 level or 870 level. I'd like to see it take out 8. Oh my good. I'm staring at that 806 alert at 940. 1324 now. Never ever ever thought, well, obviously I didn't think this was going to happen after not after the pullback in the pre-market. It was actually negative. I mean, this stock was negative in the pre-market. Here's where it closed up here. It got I think it was down a couple of dollars. And of course halted again and looking like we're going to have a 1540 open. Congratulations, guys. Anybody who was in that one. All right, guys, definitely interested now in this CVU. Let's see if it can hold that 450 mark and explode from there. Remember, it hit a high in the pre-market just below the 200-day moving average. Yeah, you need your broker will show that, okay, Gary? Let me just show you what I'm talking about. So this is how it's stacking. Now, whether this holds or not, I don't know. This is time and sales within Interactive Brokers. So it's stacking up at 20. I don't know if that's going to hold. I mean, you see how it just went down to 17. But that's something from your broker will have something like that. Okay, just watching CVU, see if it gets back over 450. It was exploding in the pre-market, GSX. I mean, it's still traded 3.5 million. Okay, almost a red bar ignored. Almost a red bar ignored for lithium. I know it's not lithium, Livent. Let's see if it takes out 8 LTHM. There's the alert at 798. Not quite a red bar ignored. Holding 8, guys. Holding 8. See, well, it holds 8. Just want to see it clear 8. Has some room up to here, 870-ish or 850-ish, on that daily chart. Oh man, CTIB from a couple of days ago. Boy, there's lots happening. Okay, definitely watching this LTHM. See if it takes out that 808 high and starts to move from there. CITB. Wow, look at this one. Look at the volume that just came in. Look at CITB, guys. Remember now, this hit 2 days ago. That would have been Friday, up to 840. Yeah, yeah. Thank you for figuring that out for yourself on that one. I think there's man, oh man, CTIB guys. Where was the alert? I missed it. Unfortunately, I missed it. Oh, I can't answer that, NetSquire. I really can't. I mean, it's how you handle the trades. Okay, if you, I really can't answer that. I feel very uncomfortable saying yes. Okay, or no. Okay, I just people handle the AI in all sorts of different ways. So, what was I saying? CTIB. What was I saying? What was I saying? CITB? This is the one I'm really interested in. This lithium Livent. You know, there's sort of a red bar ignored right there. Has some room. I'm just watching how many shares in the float. So it's a big float, 145 million in the float. It's just hanging over 8. I'm just waiting to see if it can explode. Now this is so if you miss the U1, this is U1K. Obviously another designation. Okay, the only broker you can do this, Cascudas, is if you have to have an Interactive Brokers account. Okay, that's the only brokerage platform that'll work with it in order to buy and sell from the charts, setting up your own buying and shorting parameters. So if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account, okay, so what I want you to do, or encourage you to do, is watch this video. This will go over absolutely everything you need. Okay, I'm going to give you this link. All right, so CVU is sort of trying again. I have an alert set for around 450-ish for CVU. See if it can take it out again. And a little bit of a pullback there. That topping tail is maybe a little concerning, but so U1 is halted now, 950. This is a long halt now. So typically halts are every 5 minutes, or a 5-minute halt, or multiples thereof. So right now, obviously we're past 10 minutes. We're past 15 minutes. And it just opened. So that 20 didn't hold, but it's still, I mean, it's still 4, oh man. It is possible to auto trade your own strategy, Eve. Yes, you would need an Interactive Brokers account and you need our premium service. Well, when you say does it work with it, it works with all brokers, okay? But if you're talking about setting up your own strategies and trading from within the Trade Ideas platform, no. But I mean, we link with many, many platforms, including TDA. Linking only means this: we have an external linking tool, and basically you add the link, and what that does is a time saver. That's all it is when you're talking about linking to outside other than Interactive Brokers. So when you click on an alert, when you click on an alert, it'll load into your order entry. It's just a time saver, okay? So you don't have to keep typing in. You don't have to keep typing in the symbol all day long into your order entry. It's not trading it. It's not doing anything like that. It's just a time saver. Now, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, then you can use this module. Then you can use this module to actually trade from within the Trade Ideas platform. But you need an Interactive Brokers account in order to do that. And again, to auto trade your own strategy, Eve, watch that video. Okay. It covers virtually everything you have to know about using Brokerage Plus and using it with Interactive Brokers. Well, I'm still interested in CVU. I just want to see if it just really bursts through that 450 mark. It's just got to be another share designation within Urban One, obviously. You'd have to look it up, but give me a second. You heard that, did you? These noise canceling headsets really block everything out. Oh my gosh. So stuff is really happening again, guys. So all right, I am in the live event. I am in it. That's what I was kind of waiting on. In at 808, and I'll put a stop of 8 on it. And that's the LTHM. I had to battle a dog while I was placing that order. Wow, another look at that alert. 199, 246 now. Jeez, for the CLIR. That's the one I wanted. I was waiting to see if it could take this out, and it certainly did. Okay, just watching this LTHM. See, want to make sure it holds 8. If it doesn't, I'm out. And I see, of course, U1 was halted again. And here's how it's stacking up. If you guys were lucky to hold this through all this, there it is, 1749, stacking up. Man, look at CLIR. What they do. Seattle, Washington, okay. I don't know if there is any news on it. I mean, it popped yesterday, so if the news is, it would be from yesterday. I don't know. Honestly, don't know. Never really heard of it before. What a morning so far. Well, first of all, I usually do this around 10:30. I think I'll start a little earlier today. Welcome to the room. If you are new to the room, this is the format Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I am live on the mic. If you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. If you click on the scans tab within the trading room, you'll see all the scans that I'm sharing. Also, they are here in the Room Drive icon. Looks like a half-open folder. Click on that, and scans that I share, download. It'll go to a Word document. Then you can just, if you see something that might make a little sense to you, I try to name them. Obviously pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down, etc. All you have to do is just copy the link in the Word document, copy the link, and then from our toolbar, File, Load from Cloud, and then just paste the link in here and then load it. The other links that I'm going to talk about, you can also download them. We have some training links, webinars, all sorts of good links here. You download. Again, it'll go to a Word document. See if I can start inducing it upwards a bit. All right. Okay, there's UONE. Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's had so many halts and yet it hasn't dropped yet. It's going to be halted again. Maybe on the way down. They finally had a... Anyway. Subscriptions. You want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas so you too can join in all the fun. There is a promo code you can use. I'm going to pop that into the room. Okay, so this is how much Trade Ideas costs. If you click on the subscription link, we have 4 plans. There is the premium yearly plan for $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which got you a couple of nice ones early, fold and here, okay? You can see there are the original alerts. You can see how far they ran from there. The AI is it's just, you don't have to do anything. You just open this window every morning and just wait for the alerts to happen. So if you're going to get our premium service, it's because you want the AI. I'm just going to keep putting price alerts here for fun. Now, you don't have to start off with a premium yearly plan. You can, in fact, you can just start off with a standard monthly. Try us out. Try us out for a month. 118 a month, less the 15%. Or the premium, 228 less the 15%. Again, that discount's only good for the first month on a month-to-month basis. It's not a contract. You can cancel anytime. Just cancel before the next month starts if you don't like it. And if you do decide, though, you want to upgrade from standard to premium or from monthly to yearly, you can, and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 15% promo code. I wonder what MRNS is doing on me here. Wow. I love this, guys. All right. What else do we have here? Links. I'm going to talk about some of the links. Look at MRNS Go, guys. So I've gone over the subscription. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. If you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to use Brokerage Plus to trade your account, you can do so, and it's the only account it works with. And click on that link there, and there's a great video that was done. Show you exactly how you set it up. I do a daily video between 1:15 and 1:45 every day. There, you can click on that for the latest download. This is a fabulous 20 short video lessons, okay? Click on that. You'll be brought to this page. You'll be brought to this page. Now it says 20 days lessons in 20 or 20 lessons in 20 days. Of course, you can go at your own pace, but it's a great primer lesson for everybody who's new to trade ideas. You know, what is a top list? Build a top list. What is an alert window? Create an alert window, etc., etc. Okay? I really encourage you to watch those videos. We also have a training link. Another one, which also has those videos here, but also TI University and Back to Basics. Okay? Great videos here also. Here are our webinars. They're all free. You can register for all of the webinars. They're on at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They are all archived. And that's on that training link. Next test drive. If you want to sign up for the next test drive, which possibly is going to be in August, we do these 4 times a year. Just fill this out and you'll be notified exactly when it's going to be. For $8.99, we allow you access to our full premium service for up to 10 trading days. The last one we had just ended in May. We had over 4,000 people sign up, a huge record for us. And we have some ebooks. You can click on that link there. You'll see the ebooks that we've created. I think there's some swing trading setups, etc. And if you're a Mac user, this is a PC-based program, but if you click on that, a little podcast was done to show you how, as a Mac user, you can use our program. So, are you a premium subscriber, SF? I'm assuming if you're a premium subscriber, it's because you wanted the AI, but so how they come to you, if you're a premium subscriber, basically all you have to do is click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you click on that window, you'll get a window that looks like this, and then you just wait for the alerts to happen every morning. There's nothing else for you to do. You have an entry price, you have a stop price, and basically just manage the trades as you see fit. As long as you save them to the cloud in stock, save them to the cloud. You can leave us for, well, assuming we're still in business 20 years from now. Everything everything will be there for you as long as you save them to the cloud. No, Holly does not alert before they open. The earliest alert you'll get will be at 9:35. Okay, that's the earliest alert you'll get. Holly does not do any pre-market. Now I just kind of blew this, guys. I should have taken some of the LTHM out while I was talking. I was noticing it, but okay. Just a quick word about what the AI is all about. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies. The AI waits for the market to close every day, so has access to the latest market data, and then takes a look at each strategy and all the filters within the strategies, maybe makes adjustments to the filter values, maybe takes a filter out, adds one in, runs through what we call an optimization procedure for each one of the strategies. These are the strategies that made the cut today. Okay, they made the cut because they had the proper win percentage and profit factor combination. Tomorrow, we don't know which ones are going to make the cut because, again, using the most current data and running through the optimization procedure, we just don't know which ones. Doesn't really matter which ones make the cut. All you have to do is load the window and wait for the alerts to happen. Well, if you go through it depends how. It's hard for me to answer a question like that, SF. I mean, you can make it as complicated as you want, or you can make it as simple as you want. There's a lot of alerts and filters within Trade Ideas, of which I use maybe 0.5% of them. Okay, so but if you watch the videos, if you watch those videos, the 20 videos, it'll give you a great start on just the basics, how to create an alert window, how to create a top list window. So I would encourage you to watch, in the links, I would encourage you to do just look at the 20 short video, even if you're not a subscriber. Okay, you'll see how easy it is really to set all this up. Yeah, the premium, I don't use it very often. I think we need more filters. I've been saying that for years. It's just the red bar and green bar ignored. So if I loaded it, let me see so market is up. So let's do a red bar. You'll see what happens. I mean, basically it's looking for the pattern. In this particular case, you need 4 green candles and then a red bar totally engulfed by the previous one and then a continuation. That's what the RBI and GBIs are. And we have the different time frames. Quite frankly, I don't use it because I think I'd like to have more filters that I can put in. 20, you can have 20 charts with our premium versus 10 charts with standard. But the big reason, if you're getting premium, is for the AI. Okay, just flat out say it like that. Look, it's CLIR. Wow, 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 wow. 199 on the alert, 270. Wow. You can't, Hassan. There's no way to filter. Well, when you say the layouts and the filters and configurations are the same, I mean, you're looking at my layout. I mean, you're not going to, you can have all these windows. I mean, I'm sharing everything. So I'm not sure I understand what you mean by are the same. No, that was Barry's IR alert. Yeah, the chip's the same, other than of course the AI. Yeah, everything else is uh, getting this little. There we go. Yeah, except for you don't obviously you just don't get the AI. Everything else though is the same. Well, guys, I kind of blew that. I'm out of the lithium. I was talking while I should have really taken some out when I got up to the 820s, high 820s. Just give me a second here. Sorry about that, guys. Wow, CLIR. Whoa. Yes, that's the one I should have been in. I still like the lithium, the Livent, but it's going to really have to take out about 820. Again, I should have been out some right up here. Yeah, I wouldn't call that dumping. I mean, let's wait a little bit. I mean, if that red candle turns into something like this, fine, but boy, I am definitely in the fear of missing out now with the CLRI. So if you're in this one, guys, there's some resistance right around that 350 mark. All right, I want to talk about Brokerage Plus, okay? Brokerage Plus, if you are a new trader, new to trading, this is the Brokerage Plus window. Click on New and Brokerage Plus. This window will pop up. One big rats. So you can use this, and this is part of our standard service, using it as a paper trader, okay? Simulated trading. Simulated trading. So if you're a new trader, this is an excellent way to get started trading. It uses our real-time data, okay? It doesn't matter what broker you have. It uses our real-time data. So, you just click on an alert, the symbol shows up, you pick how many shares you want to trade, pick the price you want to get in at, If you're shorting, you sell, and if you want to go long, you buy. I mean, it's really that simple. Notice I took one earlier in the pre-market. I did this actually, the NCLH long in the pre-market. I took it. So I'm just looking maybe for a trade to take a look at taking. Okay, so now that's getting a little bit wider, that candle. What time is it? 10:41, so another 4 minutes for this to close. Well, it's up to your broker, Nutswire. I mean, Brokers Plus will do anything you want it to do. You're talking about using, but it's up to your broker whether they have shorts. Nothing new. Remember, Brokers Plus is not a broker. It's just like an add-on to if you have an Interactive Brokers account. It just allows you to create, and again, I will encourage you, you want to know more about it? I would encourage you to watch this video. You know, if you're serious about all this stuff, I mean, take the time, not just you, but take the time. It's a great video outlining Brokerage Plus and then how you can interact with Interactive Brokers. But I just want to actually hammer the point home. If you don't have Interactive Brokers, doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas, okay? When you say custom filters for the Brokerage Plus window, what do you mean by that exactly? Custom filters. Are you talking, you're not talking about the strategies that you can load, because you can of course have custom filters in the strategies. So I don't know what you mean by adding custom filters. Columns. Oh, I see. So that I don't know. That I don't know. So you're talking about adding other like filter. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I see. Well, yeah, I just don't know. But yeah, I just don't know. I mean, you got the distance to the exit price. I'm surprised it's not there. And you've checked, obviously. I mean, of course, this is a running total about what you're up. So here are the hotkeys that they have, okay, within Brokerage Plus. Flatten gets you out of position, half gets you out of half, double, obviously doubles your position, or reverse. You were long, now you want to go short, or vice versa. Well, I don't know how up to minute, but we do have a news, we do have a news tab. It's not like one of the pay services that you're paying, $100 a month for or more, but that is our news tab. That's what I use in the pre-market. All right, let's take this trade here. Yeah, the only thing I can say is a good exit for me. I'm just a little ticked off that I didn't take some out here, but oh well. But it was a good exit. That's actually dropping with the market. So I thought it was Autolykos. I really did. We don't charge fees. No, I mean, it's your broker. We don't charge any handling fees or anything like that. Whatever your broker charges is what you charge. Remember, we are not a broker. This is not a broker, okay? It's just allows you, it's like replacing your order entry that you would use within Interactive Brokers and using this. That's all it is. You still need a broker, still need to have a broker. Well, nothing shaking from my watch list. It's 2 days in a row, really. Not too much. Well, except for the CLRI or CLIR. That was, and I guess they hear too. Is it something you had placed yesterday or before? You know, something that you may have put in as an order before, and it just and it executed it. I mean, it won't. It just can't do it completely on its own. I mean, you must have done something. Did you turn a strategy on? You might try executions. It'll tell you the fill time or orders. Take a look at executions. I mean, it just can't do it on its own. It had to. Did you turn a strategy on? Were you auto trading anything? Maybe. Did you turn something on? I mean, again, you understand. I mean, it's impossible that it just all of a sudden, on its own, took that trade without you're doing something. Yeah, see, I'm just not a great pullback player. The only thing I see, the other thing that would concern me maybe a little bit with the CLIR is this big topping tail. Okay, I mean, remember what that means. The buyers drove it up and the sellers knocked it down. It's hard to know exactly who is in control right now. Yeah, I just don't know, WC. You had to have done something because it just cannot, on a whim, say, well, I'm going to short, and you're talking in the simulator, right? You're not talking your real account. Yeah, so don't know how I don't know how I can help you. If you go into like going forward, go into your positions. I'm sorry, your orders, and make sure if you don't want it, just cancel. Just do the cancel. So I mean, but I just can't help you. I just don't know why that would happen. All right, so the market, yeah, a bit of a red bar, a bit of a red bar there. A very small follow through. All right, so some of these high flyers from the basic are now, I mean, that was still a very nice one, up to 350 from 319, but it is starting to drop. Okay, triple U, people are talking about uranium here. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, I thought this was uranium. This quadruple U is uranium. Yeah, a little bit of action coming in. Yes, definitely. Well, this one is really sinking now. MCEP. Give me one moment, please. All right, guys. Well, yeah, we're now starting to get another red bar. So this is starting, the market is starting to. Yeah, that's correct. Going in at the market. So, which is okay if, the spread is good. Otherwise, you might want to try limit. Boy, look at these things now. They're really giving it up. And MFA, I actually had high hopes this morning for MFA. I thought maybe with all the money being pumped in and it was an earnings play, but it is really giving it up. Yeah, so you can see exactly what's happening to the, oops, one moment please. Okay, so Coop from yesterday, which was one of the stars out of this, but look what's happening to the AI. All these long strategies, of course, are now, with the market, all these longs now are starting to really drift down. I don't have a preferred news source really. I mean, I just click on the news and see what it is. You know, we're extracting news from different areas. I can't say I have a preferred news source. Nicely done, Real. I know you were talking about IQ shorting it. Okay, I'm just looking at see if this one holds this U1. My goodness, what a run it had. Red Robin dropping here. So we're getting a lot of stocks now giving it up. Gap up and reverse. Well, it could if it continues like this, for certainly. Yeah, I don't know about JFin. I mean, obviously it had an insane day, 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago. Even had a little insanity yesterday too. I mean, it's China. But it's not, you know, I mean, it's, I don't, looking for what? I mean, it's really sort of sinking a little bit like the market. Yeah, look, the shorts guys now. No, no, not this one again. So Wafu, Wafu just halted. The China education stock, WAFU. And so here's the difference. Remember U1 when it was halted, and you know the huge difference. So there it was halted at 592. So it's stacking up right now at 595, 595. If you remember the U1, I mean there was multiple dollars above. I guess short China now. Or sorry, that's I keep thinking ZUO is China. Yeah, like the volume picked. Here's the volume. I mean, it's 222,000 shares. You know, I mean, there's the volume that's picked up. Yes, it's a low volume, but the volume is absolutely coming into it. All right, guys. TME now on the way down. These are the guys who are looking to buy IQ. Okay, so they're on the way down. Wow, look! Wow, there's so many things now moving down. Look at the cruisers now. Remember how good they looked right here in the pre-market. Market opens, and of course they're just failing with the market. Well, if TME keeps moving down, I'm sure IQ will also. Well, guys, I'm just waiting. No, there is no easy way. I've asked for that before, Dallas. There's no easy way. You have to go in and uncheck every heart. I know it's crazy. I've asked that before. Okay, there's Wafu. Wow. Look at this move for Wafu now. I'm a little bit, well, I guess schooling at home, online education services. There you go. That is your reason. And it just got halted again. Okay, I can give you. Okay, so this is for Upinder. Okay, so there's the 20 short video lessons, one of which is how to set up a new alert window. Okay? And Brian, it is, but you'd have to come into the trading room. I know it sounds like you're in the trading room, but there is another one. I cannot share things in the YouTube feed en masse. But if you come into the trading room, then I can start showing. I can give you some links for my layout and scans that you might want. Okay. Well, if it depends how special they are, Upinder. I mean, if we don't have them, then we don't have them. Okay. It depends what you mean by special parameters. Okay, guys, the same thing. I believe Ambo is the same. Okay, Wafu Ambo, Ambo, a couple of China online education stocks. So if China is shutting down again, so again, you Pinder, it depends what you mean by special parameters. If we have them, so you might, if you want to just indicate what you're talking about. Yeah, we don't have stuff like that. Okay, if we just don't have it, 4 hour breakouts, things like that. No, sorry. Well, it happened in the Halts resumes 919 girl. Okay, it happened right there. That's where I saw Ambo. Neo 13. Hello, right back to you. Yeah, relax, Funk. Okay. Yeah, good point on the. So here's another one, AACG. Yeah, so this is that good point in the that Deo. See if there any of the other ones are popping. Yeah, but some of them are not China. We use our own data. Okay, we use all our own data. All right, Wafu just opened again. Really? I have no problem with IB data. Yes, I haven't, or maybe I'm blissfully ignorant. I've not seen any problems with IB data. I have no idea what motive wave or daily is, or daily is. No idea what those are. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm just a real basic user of it. I don't go outside. I don't use DAS. I don't do any of that. I just very basic user of the program. Keep an eye on PFSW, guys. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, let's see what the market does. Easy come, easy go for the AMBO. What are we going to come out and say? Well, maybe they're not shutting down the entire city. Oh man. Yeah, no, I see Wafu also. Yeah, Wafu and Ambo. Okay, so here's the trick to exclude ETFs. Can you hear me and see me or see my screen? Scroob Trader, before I explain how to do it. Hey guys, when you ask me a question, it will really help me to know if you can hear me. Okay, so all you have to do is this. It's just a trick. So for instance, I have it here. So here's my alert window. Right click, configure. Click on search and click in EPS, earnings per share. Okay, and then add it. Add that filter. Put, you notice I've got here 0.01 on the min and minus 0.01 on the max. That just ensures then it's a stock because, as you know, stocks either have earnings, be they positive or negative, whereas ETFs don't. So if you put this in here, that will absolutely get rid of all the ETFs. Okay? Do you get that? Okay. Nope. No plans for a Mac version. Nope. We just have the web-based version, which we're trying to improve all the time, but there's no plans for a Mac-centric version. Well, we have these filters. You can position in range. So we have a lot of different position and ranges that you can. So if at the bottom of the ranges, there's the 5-day range, the 10-day range, 23-month, 6-month, 9-month, year, 2-year, and lifetime. So you can, start filtering and put them at the low end of the range, in the position. Okay? And you play around with them and just see what sort of. Yeah, it is awesome. It actually is awesome. All right, guys. Well, the market is starting to put in a little bit of a rally now, a little bit of a rally after the, you call it the COVID news. Oh my goodness, look at this. I mean, that looked like this was over for WAFU, but look at this, and it just got halted again. WAFU. What's Ambo doing? Ambo is sort of doing the same thing, guys. You know, risky business, but you know, Ambo has not quite followed the same trajectory as WAFU. No. I'm long gone. I took an 8 cent loss, Frank. It is actually posted up here. Out lithium 8 cents. Took an 8 cent loss. Had I just made I botched it. You know, I should have taken some profit. Okay, guys, I'm taking a little risk on the Ambo. I'm just I want to see if it follows the WAFU. Okay, so I'm in at 250. Okay, I just want to see if it follows the WAFU. I'm not telling you guys to do it at all, but just a risky little. I may get out of it immediately. I just want to see if it holds. Just waiting on it a little bit longer just to see if it can kind of follow what the WAFU is doing. Now that has well, they're both very low float. Man, oh man, this one is halted on the way up again. You won. Whoa. Okay, well, this is not. Just waiting to see how well it can hold. Yeah, it disappointed me on this one, the CVU. I was hoping for a break, especially the second time it got up there. Boy, this is just absolutely giving it up on earnings, MCEP. Coming into the 200-day moving average, guys. It takes that out, 499. There's the 200-day. I'm sure most people did not think it would challenge that today. I got one right there, 11:15. There was the halt, and there's the resume. Okay, no problem. So it's not a layout, okay? You can have, if you want these three windows, if you click on new and then channel bar and then Barry's watch list, okay? That'll give you these three these three windows. But remember, it is a it's a layout. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you do any of that. If you want to add individual windows like the basic new highs and lows, you can either go into scans. And here are all the scans that I'm sharing, including the basic new highs and lows. Or you can click on the room drive icon. Scans that I share and download, and that'll go to a Word document. Okay? And then from there, you can copy and paste whatever you want. No, we just need that bid to catch up to that ask for Ambo. This is a nervy one. Yeah, it's not encouraging a lot of trading in the AMBO with the 240, 247 spread. Just got to get that caught up and get over 250. I think if it did that, it might have a shot. Has Wafu opened yet? And it did open and it held. So AMBO was just kind of lagging. Lower volume, I bet. What's the volume here? 332. The Wafu wasn't extraordinary also. Oh, it is though. Yeah, compared to the AMBO. Look at this. Remember somebody was saying it's low volume, but look at the volume. It just completely picked up for the Wafu. That's what has to happen with the AMBO. Otherwise, okay, one moment, please. All right, guys. So, not not this time. So I traded it out right at, what did I get it out at? 270. I traded it out at 270 from 250, and that's the Ambo. Wasn't going to wait around this time. Was just a little concerned it wouldn't get through the highs there, so worked. And now we got two topping tails there. So okay. Hoping for a little bit more, of course, but I thought I was really thinking, well, couldn't it really pop through that high? And it still might. Depends what Wafu does. Wafu is still probably, yeah, absolutely alive and kicking. You know, we're going to get people coming into Ambo, maybe, but I'm out of it now. Nice space for MRNS, guys. Nice space for this one. Keep an eye on this one. I'd love to see, let's see if it takes out 3 again. It did get as high as, what, 350? I'm going to see if this takes out 3 again. Even a pop out of here. You know, it's getting some nice consolidation on the 5s and the 15s. And you know what would we be what we would be waiting for. Say that fast. A volume pop. I want to see some volume. So now, guys, you can start using this like a watch list. I mean, they're the original alerts. What has it done since? Like a lot of them, were obviously the U1 was incredible. But you can start watching them to see if they're setting up in another fashion. Doorbell? There's no doorbell. No, we're going to get a lot of outside work. The Tyler is coming today, so there is going to be a lot of noise in the background probably. Thought he was coming yesterday, but he's coming today and tomorrow, so lots of... Well, no, there's a truck outside that is... I wonder if he's here. Just a second, please, okay? All right, guys, listen, I have to leave for a while, okay? What time is it right now? It's 11:35, so I'm going to have to put myself on mute for about maybe 10 minutes, okay? Um, just give me a second here.
Get him. I can pray. He press the buzzer. He has to press the buzzer for Einarsson. I think it's 616.
Okay, so I will be on mute, and of course, I'm taking my break at 12 o'clock also, so this might be a long break, okay? So, sorry about that, guys, but I have to deal with some of the trades coming in right now, okay?
All right, hello, Trade Ideas users. Welcome to the live intermission. Barry had asked me to jump in here if I could, so always happy to give Barry a break. He deserves it. So I've got my mute on, so there's, nope. Now I've got my mute on, so there's no back echo. And I'm all set here. So, yeah, this is the time of day where we just kind of wing it, see what you guys are interested in talking about. You see my terrible paper trading. My observation, let me get my drawing pen. My observation is this at the moment. Was this just a algo stop hunt? Chances are yes. I'm nodding, but most likely yes. Yes, that was probably just a stop hunt. But for the moment, you guys know I'm real keen on this 10 period moving average here. That's kind of what we're looking at if I superimpose it. And I'm seeing a lot of difficulty here trying to get through that level. Let's look at the others. Look at that, same exact line on the Qs. A little bit less in the Dow, and the IWM will probably be the same. Right about the same. So all four of our indexes here at the moment are just kind of getting caught up in the netting of that 10 period moving average on my 15-minute chart. Thank you, Damien, for letting me know. I assumed my sound was good, but always nice to know for sure. So let's talk about that 10 period. This is something that I always kind of do when I take over the microphone here from Barry on Tuesdays. I like to let's look at them all as a matter of fact. We'll start with the NEO. I'm going to start with the NEO since these always have the best relative volume. We'll just keep an eye on those relative volumes as I cycle through. Yeah, here's the first one. HEER here, breakout long. Interestingly enough, it gave some nice profit. Looks like it pulled back. The AI got out on a trailing stop. It had a very deep pullback, but look at the level at which it found support. The 10 period moving average. How interesting. On 18 times relative volume. What about the next one here? Well, 7 times relative volume. Again, that's why I'm focusing on the NEO trades. And once again, look at it playing footsie here with the 10 period moving average. Very interesting. What is the next one up? And again, we're just looking at the price in relation to the 10 period to try and gauge the trade management. Another beautiful example of, matter of fact, this one pulled back first and then broke out. So it actually bounced off that 10 period and then the AI signaled. Very interesting. And the last of the four, we've already looked at that one. It's a double HEAR. So let's bring in the others real quick. The Grail. What a mess. And not much to see in relative volume. And the 2.0 charts broke down from the moving average that the others are holding. I would not want to be long this one. And interesting, kind of a mess, but not bad. Decent relative volume on Mr. Cooper here. Not bad. A nice bounce off that moving average too. So all in all, another great example of how the 10 period simple moving average on a 15-minute chart really helps you and any trader with management decision, either entries or exits or stops or when it's time to get out using a trailing stop. All right, so I don't see any questions coming in. If somebody wants to talk about something or take this in a direction, by all means, we can do so. But I'm just going to kind of look around and see what's going on here today. Continued. Okay, so we're getting a little bit of redness in that that candle there. It's one of the reasons I've got the paper trader here pointed towards 3,000 VIX. If the market starts to get a little squirrely, the VIX is going to pay attention and kind of an inverse. We are in very choppy waters right now, very volatile waters is what I mean to say. This is probably not a good trade. I'm going to adhere to my logic. Look at the 10 period just having its way with the price action. There is no need to be in all of this simulated pause. I'm going to flatten that. And bye-bye. We're just going to stay along the VIX here in the sim account. We'll keep an eye on the SPY. All right, Damien, is that the 10 SMA or the 20? It's the 10 on my 15-minute chart. It's a 10-minute SMA. I guarantee you that. I have all 10 day on my daily chart over here as well. The red line is my 20 day. I used to have a 20 period intraday on my 15. I found it to be more noise than usefulness. I just want to know if the momentum is going to be broken. And for the moment, it looks like the SPY has a lid on it here. It just can't quite get a candle to close barely above this 10 period on a 15. So I used to have a lot more indicators when I first started back in the 90s, and I've shaved it all the way down to just a few simple moving averages and only one moving average on my intraday. I no longer use a 5-minute chart. Not interested in day trading markets. I'm interested in swing trading and positioning and getting positioned for a move and then riding a nice wave for a day and a half or so, or 2 days sometimes when the move is really moving. So, yeah, that's definitely a 10 SMA for you, Damien. And the way you get it is you just right-click in the chart, go to Indicators, bring up the SMA, let it launch. I think it defaults to a 20. And from there, you just go in and then you modify. You would modify and change that 20 down to a 10. This is my heart watch list over here. Every chart you see coming through is going to have the heart button pushed, and that just makes the symbol populate in this particular window. Geez, when I start broadcasting, some of my charts get slow. Here's FCell. Was having quite a week last week, and then just fell apart. Another one I was watching was Real Networks. Yep. That one also just fell apart. Also on the daily chart, you can just see once it broke through this 10 period on this day, it just gave up. But the questions box is open. There's Stephanie going to have a question. Could you go over another PayPal entry? Where would you put a stop? Another PayPal. Okay, so I'm assuming that you're not long PayPal, but you would like to be in it. If you were not in it and you really wanted to be in it and you trusted this market and you trusted everything, on the long side, I would say, and you were watching it, that would have been an interesting contrarian entry. What I'm getting at, you got out today. Okay, great. Let me just rephrase all this here. Stephanie got out today. She took advantage of the gap, which is wonderful. Here's what I would watch for, Stephanie. I've got this scan called the jam down. As you can see, the arrow gives us a signal. This was a signal at 67. Let me highlight 67. So this is a contrarian indicator for entry, like I was telling you. Everything about the symbols that come through this chart are going to be nice. Okay, we got a nice looking daily chart over here. Higher lows, trend, beautiful. But the moment in time I'm interested in these types of daily charts are when they jam down and try and force the sellers to get out, maybe even run the stops. And typically that area that they look for will settle in and push through a little bit and then reverse at the 10-day moving average. And if we zoom in here, we can see the bottom of this candle. That's exactly what happened. So it pushed down and then jammed into the 10-day moving average. Well, getting back to Stephanie's question, that's probably the only thing that I would look for to get back in. It looks like it held that 20-day nicely. If it had come down and filled that gap and touched that 10-day, well, that could have been a quick secondary entry for you to get back in, but I don't think that's going to happen. So what I'm looking for a PayPal reentry is, one, what not to do is to not chase the candle that you so eloquently sold correctly. You were positioned and you took advantage of the gap open. 9 out of 10 times I'm going to do the same thing if I'm positioned for a swing trade. So now it's just a matter of watching the jump rope and waiting for the timing to get back in. It may take 2 or 3 days to settle back in, but the minute it comes back and touches that 10 period, that could be interesting. But it also has shown, and we have to, look at the personality of symbols, and they do have personalities. The personality of PayPal has been showing us that it's not afraid to kind of come back and test the 20. So maybe you got to be patient and wait for another test. That's an exaggerated test there, but maybe another little test on that 20. That might be the spot for you, only because that seems to be the behavior of PayPal. And stocks can have personalities, even though they're run by algos. They had more of a personality when human beings were running them. So this is starting to get a little bit more ominous. The S&Ps, the bulls really needed these candles back here to fire off and keep moving. But now all of a sudden it looks like, yep, there's another downtick. The moving averages have got a pretty good stranglehold on price. So that's probably going to be why if I pull up the VIX on my paper trade, it's going to be up. Starting to move. So hopefully that helps, Stephanie. It's the jam down, the traders. Yes, the jam down is in the traders vault. It should be. And if it's not, let's go take a look. It's no harm and no foul in taking a look. There's the key. We'll just grab that. And I know I requested it. There it is right there. Jam down buy. So what I'm showing here, Stephanie's referring to, if anybody hasn't been to this channel yet, it's kind of like a palette, a painter's palette of ideas that are proven, pre-configured scans that other people might want to take advantage of. And horseshoe up, horseshoe down, those are ones that I created back in 2003. It looks for gaps that the market was trying to do today, gap up, sell off, and then go back to highs. Well, we didn't get that. But anyway, the jam down buy is right there. So anybody that wants it, you can come to the Traders Vault, right click on that, and just right click and save to cloud. And then you're good to go. I'm going to just load my default layout back up. Yeah, you had to turn on the pre and post market to do the charts. You would do that in properties. I'm not electing to show. I like to see the naked gaps. I don't really care that much about pre and post market levels. So from here, then you would just come in and file load from cloud, and you can grab a copy of the jam down buy that way, and then resize it to meet your specifications, reconfigure it if you wanted to do anything like that, you can do so. So let's take a look at what's come through here today, just out of curiosity. All right, so NPTN at 9:30. That was a bit premature. That didn't do much. Hey, this is a beauty. Crowd came through at 95.54. Oh my, who would, excuse me, 95.44. Let's try that again. 95.44, roughly right there. Who wouldn't want that nice entry? That came through earlier. AAXN didn't work. Hey, they're not all going to work. They're just ideas. Spot's kind of working, and we used this one a minute ago to show the example of the last one down, and then this one just came through, a real nice one there. That's the example we just used also. So about 3 out of 5 on these names pushed through down and scared some people out, created a new low on the day, which just happened to be touching the 10-day moving average, and that's a signal that I want to know about. And it also back tests pretty well for swing trading and day trading. Okay, I'm not seeing, I didn't see PayPal in my jam down. I'm just saying that's the kind of action that I would like to see. If I saw it once. Matter of fact, when we called it the trade of the week, it showed up on the scan, and that was the reason I liked it. It recovered nicely at the end of the day going into the weekend. Why do you only see one BH? Because I'll tell you why. Because there's the new low right there. And what happens is if we go too low, we stop seeing the new lows because the 10 period moving average filter is right here. The minimum, it has to be no more than a tenth below and no more than a 500th above. So it kind of gives us that little window. So if it had continued to make new lows down to 66, like Spot did, see, I don't want to see more than one. I don't want to see numerous new lows. In an ideal world, I want to just see I want to see the symbol once and only once, and have that be the pivot spot that it bounces from. But there is a window on there on the 10-day simple moving average. If it goes too far lower, it'll stop reporting. I just want to see the ones that are there that are touching. No, I'm not Dan. I am Steve. Why do you think? Yeah, we did that one. Okay. Yeah, it's just the same one in the Traders Vault, or I can just go ahead. I'll put it on history real time here, and then I can save the one that I have here and just drop it into the cloud, into the chat. I mean, copy all, and then I can go into the chat and I can just say jam down code, and anybody that wants it can have that. It's the only ticker you see. I'll show you that. It's a good question Stephanie's asking. Whenever I leave and go to a channel, or if I go to a history and come back to real time, like this, I go to history, look at today. Hey, look, there they all are. There they all are. Cool. But when I go back to real time, our system is only going to show you the most recent alert. It's not going to go back to history. So keep in mind, if you want to see all the symbols in there, the minute you go back to real time from history, you're going to lose them. So what I show people they can do is they can duplicate a window with everything in there, and they can run a history on that window instead, and then they won't lose everything. But that's the reason you're only seeing one. It's a good question. It's a good observation. It's just the way our software works. You got to go to history mode if you want to see stuff. This scan is also on that Traders Vault channel. It's called the A table. It's pretty much just stocks that have really good daily charts without a whole lot of description other than that. But they also have a very high percentage of short sellers that are on the wrong side and hopefully trying to continue to squeeze them. iRobot was a really good squeeze the other day, and that was one that was on here, and now it's not, but it was squeezing pretty hard yesterday. Wayfair has been on the list for a while, squeezing pets. A lot of these stocks weren't doing that great before COVID, but the nature of the new economy has changed, and a lot of the short sellers are being stubborn in these things. Peloton, perfect example of COVID economy benefactor. Is there a way to add columns to a multi-strategy? There is, and it's a little tricky, so let's bring up an M window and see if we can find that. Bullish candlestick pattern. So this is the M window. And where it throws some people off is in the configure. Normally we have the ability to add columns, but it's missing here. So it's a little different process with the M window. You can add columns in the global fashion. You literally have to just go to the main window, main menu, and it's under properties, I believe. Yes, under properties, columns. And here it is. Here's the familiar looking window. And what's happening is, since this is a multi-strategy window, this is a different strategy scan than bottoming tail, and that's a different scan from that. So we can't really delineate which ones we want to see columns on and which ones we don't. So we have to go with a global setting of just going to right-click properties, and then you can add any any column you want. There they are. The best way to do it is just search, find anything you're looking for from here, and then you can just highlight it and then click Show Column. And that's the easiest way to create columns. Do you think shorting in this market is as lucrative as buying? No, not until things change. I'm actually going to talk about that in my webinar today. Everybody that's been in this market has been so accustomed to buying a pullback. I've been around long enough to see markets change and go for 2 years where buying a pullback will just destroy you. So you have to learn to flip your brain and your scans and your mind and your attitude and everything upside down and start selling 2 and 3 day runs that are running out of steam. We don't have that yet, and that is going to be the best way to make money when the market turns. Right now, the best way to make money is to play the forehand, to use a tennis analogy. The market is serving us up forehands all day long. So if you want to stand in the court and try and play with a backhand, it's just not, you're not going to be able to cover the whole court. The backdrop of the market is to go long. Every bit of bad news, the market shrugs off and moves higher. And so with those macro backdrops, you can't fight it. You just can't expect to make a good, consistent living shorting a runaway bull market like we have right now. Now, until that changes, that's the way it's got to be. So it's definitely not as lucrative right now. If the winds change, Stephanie, and we get back to a market where the S&P is no longer being supported by, these moving averages here, all these 3 weeks of just clean air, no moving averages above. If we roll over and do the opposite, and all of a sudden 2 months from now we're downtrending, and every time we have a green candle and a half, the sellers come in and smash it, that's the time you want to start shorting to make money. But not now. We're not there yet, and I don't know when we'll be there. If you're after alpha capture, more power to you if you can do it. I just think you're literally swimming up a stream when it's much easier to just take your canoe and stop paddling and point it downstream and start navigating that way, which would mean being long this market. Can I show the turbo up scanner and what it's doing for? I guess I'll have to find that in my scan. Yeah, buyers are being stubborn here. Or sellers and buyers are fighting it out still. So the turbo is it's one of Jamie's concoctions. Turbo breaks up. I believe you're asking about turbo up scanner. Yep. So we will load that. And see what's going on here. First off, I like to let people know that it's an A window, an alert window, which means it needs an event like a new high and filters. So new high is our event. Okay, so turbo break up, that would make sense. New high is what we're going to be seeing in real time. Stocks between 10 and 150. Okay, earnings per share is a spoof here. This means that they can have earnings positive or they can have earnings negative. It doesn't matter, but the reason that's there is that ETFs do not have earnings. So if you're trying to scan and weed out and filter out ETFs, that's one workaround that you can do. Average daily volume, excuse me, has to be 300,000 shares. Okay. Distance from inside market. Well, this is a filter that Jamie always liked to use because he did a lot of auto trading back in the day. But the distance from the inside market is no more than 0.2%. What that basically means is we don't have very, hang on a second, what does that mean? The distance from inside market. Okay, so I believe that means spread. Oh, no. I know what that means. That means something. Okay, this is an old school dinosaur filter, actually. A lot of times when stocks were getting really aggressive, they would start trading above the current offer. He's saying, I will accept stocks trading above the current offer with this filter, but I don't want to see it if they're very aggressive to the tune of 0.2% higher than the current offer, which is a weird filter, but he uses it. But here's the money filter right here. It's the 1 minute, and this is why he's calling it turbo breaks up, because this is the fastest time period that we can sample for volume. And what this is saying is that if stock XYZ popped up, well, it popped up because we know in our database that stock XYZ on a 1 minute candle, traditionally, and we're talking about going back a couple weeks here, a 1 minute candle has X amount of shares per volume. Well, this says that 300% is the minimum. So if we know XYZ does, say, I don't know, I'm just going to throw a number out here, 50,000 shares in 1 minute, and all of a sudden it's doing 150,000 shares in a 1 minute candle, this is the filter that's going to show us those and keep out the ones that are not doing that. So the real money filter here is new highs, but there's a 1 minute volume surge happening. And that's really all that's happening here. And look at all the stuff that's come through as we've been talking. Ping is definitely, or was making a big volume surge there. Now it's rolling over on my 15-minute chart. But that is the crux of it. And you can get that scan as you saw on the Traders Vault. I'm getting a lot of questions now. All right, is there a way to get position sizing for your own alert window? The only way to get position sizing is on the AI window. There's no position window. Well, let me rephrase that. If you're going to use our Brokerage Plus module and you're going to want to, say, take the jam down buy and enable that, take the jam down buy and enable and turn that on. Well, now it's on. If something happens while we're talking, it's going to pop up. So I guess where I'm going with this, Debbie, is in automated trading, you have that ability. But when it comes to just a scan showing you something making a new high with filters, it doesn't make sense to show position sizing in those. However, we do that for the AI, as you remember. You can go to the Tools, Options menu, and the last tab here is AI Trade Size. All of these share sizes and P&L wins and losses, they're predicated off of me saying I don't want to risk more than $100 if one of these trades stops out. Now, none of these trades had stopped out today, which is always a beautiful sight. But if they did, it would equal to about negative $100. So it's really the only way we can do it in the AI and in the Brokerage Plus. The regular scans and top lists, they're not really set up to show that. What swing scan window do you think I should start with? Overwhelmed. Well, the thing with swing scan is there's no real scan that just jumps off the table and say, hey, buy this right now. However, I will go ahead and demonstrate, as I told you a minute ago, the jam down buy. Yeah, they're scary in the moment, but BHVN. Okay, what if we trusted this thing? And after I show you the back testing, you might trust it a little bit more. That said, just come in and buy these. And we looked at them a minute ago. 3 out of 5 were doing pretty well if you can manage the 2 that didn't work. So what happens on a beautiful chart like this? What's going to happen here above 70.11? Let me just move that markup. What's going to happen above there? Probably some pretty good things, I would imagine, if there's follow through and no noise. So what if we turned this into a swing trading scan? Let's do it. We right click and go into the back test strategy mode. And we'll just run it all day long on my Pacific time coast. Here's where you make the decision right here. Is it a swing scan? Is this a day trading scan? You want to hold it for minutes? Nope. We want to get out at the open. Maybe we get lucky and get a gap up, so I always choose the open. We want to get out at the open, let's say tomorrow plus 2 days. In other words, is this a pretty decent 3-day swing? How about day after tomorrow? Let's just try there. We can always come back. So that's our hold time. Risk management, we're gonna risk. We're gonna try and make 10%, and we're gonna risk 2.5% to do it. You got to have a little bit of wiggle room in swing trading. I'm gonna only sample the last 30 days, and I'll show you why in a minute. And then that's it. We're gonna run it for 30 days. Simulate buy. Somebody's asking a question. A giant variance in shares would be because of the price. If I'm only risking $100 on a $50 stock, I'm not gonna have a very big stop. If I'm risking $100 on a $10 price stock, it might be a different share size. The share size is always going to change because the amount of cents that you're risking is going to be different. All right, so here's our first run. Not that great, but let's do a couple things here. Let's look at the time of day. Let's also look at the price. Interestingly enough, looks like this doesn't really do that well above $125. Yeah, I'm going to take that out. We're going to right click. We're going to say the maximum value is going to be 150. We're actually changing our configuration on this right now. All right. The time of day. Let's take a look at the time of day using maybe 15-minute intervals. 30-minute intervals. Yeah, it looks a little better. All right, look at this. Looks like after 9 o'clock, we start getting a lot of red here. 9 o'clock my time, it'd be 12 o'clock. So we're going to just, we're going to rerun this, and we're going to also, let me do one more thing here. Yeah, I don't like these first few minutes of the day either. Too much red in the first 10 minutes. We're going to run again, and then we're going to do it with a little different time. I'm going to say start at 6:40 and end at 9 o'clock, which was my time. That's the window that seems to work the best for this scan, and I believe it. The earlier in the day, the better. We'll go ahead and simulate that buy again and see what we can rerun. All right, what are your two examples there for here and Coop? Okay, here. The stop was about almost a full dollar. Okay, so hey, what do you know? 109 shares, pretty much going to align with that. Coop, the stop was 40 cents. So I got a lot more bang for my buck. That's the short answer to all that. Okay, there was the first run. Here's the second run. So now we're starting to get a little bit more improvement here. And when I say improvement, I'm just looking at the profit factor and the way the graph is looking here. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Lastly, let me run that again. I want to do one more thing. So that's the answer. Stephen Kennedy is that the stop loss was $1 in one, and the other one was only 40 cents. All right, let's take it a step further here. What's the optimization? What if I compare this to other filters, like in relation to VWAP? Where are we in relation to VWAP? Distance from VWAP. Distance from VWAP today. Okay, let's look at maybe some smaller intervals. Oh, interesting. Look at all these red trades when we're negative, when we are way below VWAP. Those trades don't work that well. So let's definitely get rid of that. We'll right-click and set the minimum. Minimum is going to be set for that. We'll click OK. And one more optimization. What is it doing in relation to the S&P change today? S&P change today. Where is that? There it is, S&P change today. What does that look like if we do in smaller intervals? Well, it looks like it doesn't like being positive, that's for sure, and it doesn't like being that far negative. So let's just start with the negative. We'll set the minimum value of the S&P to no more than negative 4% on the day. We don't see that very often. And we'll set the maximum to no more than up 1% on the day. So we've made a couple of significant changes there. Let's just run again. All right, well, I've got it looking about as good as I can. The last few days have been negative returns, but here's one last thing before I go. We're going to run again, and remember I said that advanced. We've made all of our changes and all of our rejiggers and reconfigurations here in a short 30-day time window. Now, ideally, those changes should also be good for the full 64 days. So let's see how that compares. This is the one way in which people who are asking me about curve fitting, this is the one way in which you would use our program to try to eliminate curve fitting. You know, a painter that just can't put his brush down when it comes to optimizing. Okay, so pretty much the same thing for the most part. Just the last week has been pretty tough. All right, so the purpose of going through there was to show that there's no real one scan that's going to be great for swing trading that just lights up a bulb and says, hey, buy me and hold me for 3 days. The jam down comes kind of close. You know, I can also point your attention to the A table, but there's no light bulb that goes off to say to a newbie when to buy it. You know, this is more for watching the jump rope of a seasoned trader to kind of see which one of these are going to fall into place. You know, and as I go through these, nothing really catches my eye at the moment. That one might, NTLA. It's trying to break out of that little downward flag there. This one might get interesting if it bounces off the 20. I think we talked about Peloton. This is moving pretty nicely, but these are just ideas. But these are mostly swing trade ideas as well. Okay, let's catch up here. All right, I'm trying to create an RSI under 30 alert for 5, 15, and 30 time frames. Well, you're going to need a different alert for each time frame, but nothing ever populates. It's been running since Friday. Well, tell me, Jason, are you trying to create an RSI under 30? Okay, so what you're going to need is I would use an A window and use an event. So we would do a new alert window. I'll just do start from scratch. Your first question was RSI. Let's do my favorite time frame, the RSI 15 minute. You're not going to want to combine these. You're going to want to make a different alert window for each one, or you could combine all three of them into a multi-window. That's always possible. But to add that filter, we will do that. And you want them to be under 30. So what we're going to do is the maximum is 30. And if we click this show me button, it says the RSI is no more than 30. Okay, so we're setting the filter for the 15-minute RSI to max out at 30. But what shows us when this comes up? Well, that would be the new low, because if you think about it, stocks are moving down. Let's just use a new low. Let's try again. Add that alert. Okay. There's our filters. You know, you can put anything in there for price. Definitely you're going to want a average daily volume. I'd put something like 300,000 maybe, or 3 million. I always do that. And that's it. So for the moment, if I had RSI on my 15-minute chart, which I don't, we're going to start seeing things. Tau is the first one to come through. So if you pull up Tau, I imagine it just made a new low down here at 62.82, and that's under the threshold of an RSI 30 on the 15-minute. That's how I would do it, Jason. And then you just you could make 2 more windows for your 5-minute and 1 for your other 30, or essentially you could just create from scratch, you know, a new multi-strategy window. And each new layer, strategy number 1, is the first thing that we just did, that 15-minute. Then come back and do a new one, and a new one, and a new one, and you'll have 3 or 4, and you'll have them all in one window. And you just color code them, and you'll be able to tell which ones are, you know, the short-term moving ones and which ones are the longer-term moving ones based on the color. Hopefully that helped, Jason. I think a new low with a max value of 30 in your RSI time frame will start giving you the things you want to see. Yeah, we've got some training videos on back testing. Let me see if I even have one here handy. I do. Back testing an alert window. Copy. All right, I'll drop that in there. What's next? You guys want to hear me play the piano? Not very good. Where are the instructions for the very intuitive way to do color coding? Oh, yeah. So on my A table, you'll notice I've got like a real gradient thing happening there. And I've got a video for that. It was Elton John. I just hit the wrong note. And I can't sing. It's intuitive. Okay, so in the configure, whoops, that's not what we want. We want to go to colors. The first step in a top list color configuration is to decide what filter do you want to key off of, and that's my short float. And there's my palette of gradients. Anything above 40% is dark green, anything above 30 is that, and things that aren't that interesting are white. So that's the way in which you'll mess with them. But let me drop a good video on those as well. Top list colors. That should be it. Yeah, there's no gradients for the alert window. Debbie, it's very, very simple. You just basically have foreground color and background color. All right, who's got a question? Keep me off the piano. Let's see, what time is it now? We're still got a lot of time before Barry comes back. Yes, you can look at the AI, but it won't go back for the year. You can go back about 3 months. Just go back to history, and then you can do time frame on the AI, and just go back as far as it'll let you go. And 64 days, you can see back that far for all the segments. And then if you link to IB for a trade, does it have to be a market order? No, it shouldn't be a market order. Literally, ideally, it'll be a limit order with an offset, meaning maybe negative 10 cents. You'll be willing to go 10 cents higher than the current offer. But auto trading is pretty much done on the limit order stuff using those offsets, we call them. My daughter just came in. Why are you playing the piano? Weren't you on a webinar? You're not talking about auto trading, but doing it without auto trading. I would have no idea. It depends on who your broker is. Your broker should offer you any type of order limit Good till canceled. Stop limit, stop loss. All right, I think we're all caught up on some questions here. Let's check in. Uh-oh, market's gonna just take me out. Okay, all right, that's okay. If you use IB, which offers everything imaginable, the IB is their market order is not necessarily like a real market order. It seems like they do a pretty good job trying to get you the best price, and that's the reason Interactive Brokers was that was their first claim to fame, was their inner house algorithm that shops around and gets you the best price out there and doesn't, just destroy you on pressing market order. If I go to Schwab or something like that and I click market order, they're just gonna bend me over and just shake all the money out of my pants. So limits are the best, I think. But if you're talking about uh, interactive brokerage, I do hit that button all the time in the other account, and I'm not usually dissatisfied with the fills. So interactive brokers is kind of a different animal when it comes to market order. They call theirs, a smart order routing system, and it kind of does do that. As opposed to if I was on E-Trade or Schwab, they would just punish me for hitting the market buy. Yes, I agree. We're on the same page, Debbie. IB does pretty good with their routing. The AI does not trade in pre-market because there's just not a lot of liquidity in pre-market, and we don't necessarily want people jumping in and taking positions in pre-market. It's a liquidity issue, and also all of the back testing that I did, that's the machine learning foundation that the AI is built on. It basically can do like about 2 or 3 million back tests a night, something that would take us a year to do. It doesn't sample the pre-market. There's not enough data. It's too thin. It's just not a good idea. So when the bell rings, that's when the liquidity gets turned on. Smart stops. Why are smart stops in the window always the same, 75 cents? Yeah, I don't know about that, Debbie. It's a good observation, but sometimes I just think I don't know. I have not been tuned into the logic on those. Maybe they're just waypoints in the nearest rounding area. Good thing I looked over. Yeah, I was on mute. That was just me. Sorry, I'll repeat everything. All right, so I was showing you that you can build a 60-minute hammer candle there in there. And you can also build this washout bounce. We'll find things. All right. Sorry, I went on mute there. I did that sometimes. I had a cough and I forgot to turn it back on. All right. Any questions? Okay. Yeah, Barry's not talking in the room. He's still on break. Electronic keyboard. Yeah, so I dropped the cloud there for the washout bounce. That'll give you some daily candles, some daily hammer type candles. And then I quickly showed you that you can do 60-minute hammer candles as well. Let me turn that 60 minutes back off. It's hurting my eyes. There we go. All right, so let's just check in here on the fast line on the 10-period moving average. I call it the fast line. And it looks like it broke. It's now giving up momentum. We don't want to be in that one anymore. This one broke way back here an hour ago, doing nothing. This one's trying to hang on to the momentum barely. It's still in there, still fighter. And this one we just talked about as well, same thing. Can you scan for H patterns? Not that I know of, Jason. I don't believe we can scan for H patterns. Is it possible to like Sterling? I don't see it in the, to link Sterling. Yes, there is a pretty good, I believe we even have a document for it, linking to Sterling. Let me see, I won't be able to drop it in here though, but let me see if I have it. You could basically go into the, I don't see it in my documents, but I'll tell you what, one of the support guys here named Bill might have a document for you that he can give out. So you would just come into our live chat, just go to our website and come into the live chat, or send an email to info@trade-ideas. You know, essentially you're going to be using the external linking. And let me just add link. Okay. Is Sterling in the drop down? Probably not, because you wouldn't be asking me. But what will happen is it can be very similar to one of these charts, or you can start to experiment. Try that one and do okay. Try both of them. Try just the second one, click OK, and to kind of experiment and see which rules eventually kind of apply to you there. All right, I think I'm caught up. All right, I think Barry might show up here in the next few minutes. In the future, I'd like to hear hook intros for your piano skills. Just a couple of seconds. Sure. I only know a few songs on the piano. I'm mostly a guitar and bass player. I'll give you one more Elton John before I leave. All right, enough of that. I could probably figure out the accordion. Give me a month. We're devolving into music. That means we're running out of ideas to talk about. I think they call this dead air. All right, guys, I think I'm going to sign off. I think Barry's in the wings, so I'll see you next time. Maybe I'll see some of you at the afternoon webinar.
It's funny you mentioned Peloton. Peloton was one of the only two stocks that were down over $1 in the pre-market. You see this move right there? That in my filters that I had filters for. The other one was Chesapeake CHK. It's had a nice rebound though. Well, of course, you can look at it another way, right? With the Peloton, if people are thinking, okay, the world's back open again, then we don't need to home gym ourselves or go back to the gyms. Then all of a sudden, you know, virus is still alive and rampant. Well, we better get our Pelotons back. I mean, it's just insane. Guys, it's too bad. I'm looking at our RGB. I thought this would be an interesting short, but it looks like there's a lot of support right around 1150 or so. Yeah, I saw that 29 hour, 24-hour fitness. Yeah, it went bankrupt. Exactly. Planet Fitness, well, I think they had a bit of a hit yesterday, but recovered like the rest of the market. Of course, maybe taking advantage of that fact, as long as they don't go bankrupt too. Talking to me, I am in no trades right now. I'm out of everything. I'm just kind of biding my time till about 1:30. Hopefully get some of these in the basic new highs, no repeat. Well, it's scanning constantly all day long, SF. I mean, the alert windows are going to give. I mean, why you see something in here right now? That's because Red Robin made another new low at 1255, and the price was 1167. If it makes another new low, you'll see it. So it's scanning constantly. The filters. Well, you're seeing the scan in action. You're seeing it in action. The whole idea of the alert windows is you set up your filters. So here are my filters. The price has to be between 1 and 20. Has to be trading at least 3 times normal. 300,000 shares minimum. Up at least 4% or down 4% from the close. And then this number of alerts today, so new highs or new lows have to be 60. So if all of these filters are met and a stock makes either a new high or low, that's why we see it real time. So here's here's a gap here's one that's scanning right now, gap continuation or reverse. So you just saw that right there. BHC is a gap up and go. What does that mean? It means it gapped up. The initial was up, and now it did pull back for a while, and that probably was a gap up and reverse for a while. But now a gap up and go means it is continuing now from the initial gap. It is continuing to move. Look at the volume that came into BHC, by the way. So to get all the data that I have, all you need is a standard subscription. So the first month would be $118 less 15%. I'll just it's all right. I'll quickly go over the pricing for Trade Ideas. I have to do my video pretty soon, but this is the pricing. So if you click on that subscription link, this is the pricing for Trade Ideas. So I mean, the premium yearly is $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard, which basically you see is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The premium, you're going to want premium if you want to see the AI in action, which had some great early alerts before the market kind of turned on it. But here at 1448, you can just sort of see where they went from there, and also Fold. This is one I took. But you don't have to start off with a yearly plan. You can always just try us out for a month. Standard monthly is that $118 a month less that promo 15%, or the premium $228 less the 15%. Again, that discount's only good for the first month. But if you decide within a month, within 30 days of taking out a monthly subscription, that you want to upgrade to an annual, you can do so, and we'll honor the promo code. No, what you see on my screen is standard. This, what you don't see over here, is part of our premium service. Hey, listen, our standard service is excellent. I mean, it's not 100% that you have to take the AI, or it can certainly help a lot of people by using it as a watch list. But there is no, it's certainly not mandatory that you take the AI. Yeah, we have specials. I mean, we'll probably have a Father's Day special. I don't know if it'll be 20% or 25%. The max is 25%. I'm sure we'll have a July 1st. I'm sure we'll have a special then. But I'm sure we'll have a Father's Day special. Father's Day is that Sunday? You guys can hear me in the YouTube stream. Just want to make sure. I think Steve left. Yeah, that's one of the beautiful things about Trade Ideas, sharing. We're big on sharing. So you see all the scans I've got here. A lot of scans that you don't see, but I've put together over the years a lot of different types of scans, all shared. Scans that I share, download to a Word document. So yes, there's lots of sharing that goes on. All right, guys, so you will start to hear some racket in the background. So I think what I'll do is, what time is it? 1:04. So I'm going to do my video now. So I should be back by 1:30. And of course, we have our marketing meeting at 2 o'clock today. Okay, guys, so we'll see you at around 1:30. All right, guys, I'm now back. So while I was doing the video, I got a little excited here. MRNS popped up here, and it came right back down. So it's getting frisky though. A little bit of volume made it or gave it that little move. So again, I still have my alert set just at around 3 for MRNS. So I'm going to clear all that. I'm going to clear it. Good afternoon, Doc. I'm going to clear all that and now start to see if we get any anything starting now. Sounds like it's going to be nice on a short. Oh, I'm wrong, because I noticed it was this was a huge star from yesterday in this basic new highs and lows. But you're right, it is now curling. I wish I could play these a lot better, but good for you. Yeah, the CVU, a little disappointed in it. I was kind of all over this one right around here. You know, that 450 mark, I was hoping that I thought maybe it might pop. I mean, it has, because it got to 530 or 534 in the pre-market. Just didn't though. It had news. Okay, guys, AXDX, it's been choppy. There was the alert at 1088. It has been choppy though, not what I would call the easiest thing. JFIN, guys, JFIN on the move here. In fact, there it is. Now, what is it doing? What's the high? Yesterday was 731, so that's far enough away. But if you're going to take this one, I mean, be awfully careful. I mean, this is, you can't trust something that went to 30 for no reason. So if you're going to take something like this, it has to be fewer shares. And Mr. Goods, Doc and Goods making their afternoon appearances. Welcome, gentlemen. Well, Mike, it's from the water damage we had. It seems about a month ago. It's finally getting all the flooring replaced this next 2 weeks. This is not the typical one, you know, from here. I mean, listen, I mean, this could do anything. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm backing off this. Yeah, I won't say it like you did, Poe, but yeah, I'm backing off this one. If you're going to take it, you know, you have to take so few shares. Look at Celsius. Yes, Celsius, and the volume came into Celsius, you know, over above yesterday's high. Yeah, well, I don't know what is it doing right now. Yeah, I mean, listen, a lot of people probably were hoping this pop would continue. I mean, this is just, to me, it's so risky. U1, I mean, it has less than $1 million in the float. It's basically back down to where that pop happened. So how many times are people going to, you know, trust the next pop? You know, that'd be the way I'd be looking at it. You know, all the people that started buying up there because they thought, well, maybe it'll continue to that 20 level. You know, they got hurt, depending how many shares they took and all, because this is a fast mover. So sometimes even if you put a stop on this, it could blow right through your stop. Just keeping an eye on the Celsius to see if it can just hold it. I mean, lots of volume came in. Lots and lots of volume came in. Let's see if it holds this area. I mean, just look at the volume that came in compared to the, you know, many up to 10 o'clock anyway. All those previous 5-minute candles. This is the biggest one of the day. There's a lot of noise. I have my noise canceling headsets on, but I just hear a gentle little mosquito in the background, but I'm sure you guys hear it a lot more loudly. Keep an eye on the Celsius, guys. I mean, I just thinking that volume came out of nowhere. Biggest volume bar, I think, for the 5 minute. Maybe the first 5 minutes was more, but You guys have been talking about Mark. Haven't seen Mark has not appeared. Let's see why it hasn't appeared. Yeah, wow. Look at no kidding. Look at Mark coming back. Ah, that's why. The relative volume, believe it or not, even though it's traded 15 million shares, what's happening is it's looking at that volume many days ago at 200 million. And it's, believe it or not, even though 15 million shares is a lot, the relative volume is not there. That's why it's not showing up here. Well, that's a lot of volume, though, guys. I mean, that's 11 million shares right there in that 15 minute. 3 minutes left for this to close. It's traded 16.5 million. So almost all of it, only except for 5 million shares, is right here. Something's happening. This is PC based, Frank. I mean, there's a little, I can give you a link that can show you how you can use it if you are a Mac user. Basically, there are 3 ways, okay? You're gonna get an emulator. A lot of people, that's what they do. They get Parallels, something like that. We do have a web-based version, not quite as potent as the app. And then there's, say, something like AWS, Amazon Web Services, something like that. My recommendation, if you don't mind, would be to get an emulator. It was a big mosquito, Omar. Yeah, I have no idea, Dan. I know that I'm a broken record on this. I don't even know what subscription I have with IB. All I know is whatever it does, it's fine for me. I have level 2, or not level, time and sales. Obviously real time, and I don't think I have anything fancy. Well, yeah, the thermal imaging has been their thing. This is interesting. This Vox, VOXX, got something to get through up here, though. That's the only issue. What's the high? 594, so it's basically right at the high of last month. So guys, what I'm doing here, I've got a concurrent one running. That's where I saw the Celsion. Okay, this is the old one. This is the updated one that needs 60 alerts. Notice Celsion only had 32 as an example. So And I'm just running it concurrently. I just want to see, the difference in the alerts that we're getting. So there's Vox that's why I was talking about the Vox. But well, you can probably tell what I've done. So I can't be rooting for you, William. Not yet, anyway. Again, this is a work in progress. Sure, well, let me put an alert at 4:34. Yeah, that is crazy volume. I mean, so the relative volume is starting to pick up, but it just will never show up here. It's too bad. Otherwise, that would have probably shown up about 250, maybe 240. I am not on mute. Hopefully I'm not on mute. You guys can hear me, right? In both, okay, so Bob, you have an issue with your system. And I haven't had to, boy, it's been nice. I haven't had to talk. Nobody said they can't see my screen. I know somebody said a black screen earlier, but I don't think that was true. Screen has been good for everybody. Haven't had to talk about disabling the hardware accelerator in Chrome. Yeah, the only issue I've got with Vox is right around here. I mean, I wish all this, but these are maybe just. You know what? I'm going to take a look on the weekly. It's ugly looking, but well, the next high looking left is around 626 on the weekly chart. It's just not as nice as I like to see these to give us like really, really big voids. Okay, that RS I can definitely help you with. It's a proprietary filter that we put together. In essence, the higher that number, so 90 is a very high number, 100 is the top. Basically, it's looking at both technicals and fundamentals. So a stock with strong fundamentals and strong technicals will have a high composite number, okay? So if you're looking for, that combination, a stock that's making money, and maybe the strong technical well over the 200, over the 2050 and the 200, top of the 20-day, probably its years range, things like that. Strong fundamental, strong technically, and also strong fundamentally. That'll get you a high R a stock composite rating. So of course, it doesn't mean just because a stock has a strong, it has a high number, doesn't mean you absolutely pile in right away. But you know, if you're looking for swing trades, and especially if you're looking for swing trades that are not necessarily big trend reversals, because a trend reversal will never have a high rating because it's coming off the bottom. But if you're looking for more say solid swing trades, you might want to, you know, take a look at the stocks that are, you know, 85 and above. Again, there's no 100% guarantee that they will continue, but at least you know, depending on your time frame and how long you're willing to hold something, I mean, typically they're pretty good for the long term. Well, we might get you that 445. Just shows you how far. So this you can tell right here, the JFIN position lifetime range. If you see a little bit of white, if you see a little bit of white there, it means it's not at the low. It's not at its lifetime low. Same thing here, a little bit of low white. It's not at its 2-year low. It's not at the 3-month low. But you know that one right there, it means in today it's near the high of the day. You know, if that were right, if there were no white there, that would mean it would be right at the high of the day, as an example. So let's take a look at another one that might be. Yeah, so look at this one. So Celsius, it's right at the high of its 2-year. Now it's still, you know, way below its lifetime high, but you can see right there at a glance, this is a stock that's recovering. You know, it's at the high of its 2-year. Obviously, it's the high of the 3 months and all. But so at a glance, you can get without even having to look at a chart, you can kind of see what's happening. Okay. Okay. Well, very quickly. I mean, the evening scan. Most of the stocks that make the scan.
Website dictionary.cambridge.org. They say fast and quick is moving with great speed.
All right, my
Adjective and an adverb. Quick is
my
an
home
adjective.
Google is talking to me.
Quickly. ... To find out more, look for the link in your Google Home or Google Assistant app.
Okay, for instance, VVNT has made the scan for several days now. Okay, why? Because you can see that if it can ever really break out, look at all the room it's got. Okay, so I have some scans. Think about, I'm going to say about 8 or 9 scans that I look at once the market's closed. And I take a look at every stock in the scans. Most of the time, a stock will be in the scan because it's had either a decent day or it's trying to come back. So I just basically go through every stock, check to see the daily, the weekly, and the monthly. I check to see how much room it has, and if I think it's got room, then it makes the scan, and it makes the watch list for the next day. So a stock like this has been on the watch list for several days. I'll keep thinking maybe, I mean, it's up 15 cents, but I keep thinking maybe it'll really, really break out someday. So I'm going to keep it on the watch list just in case, it has that day. Sort of like this day, that week there when it went from 11 to 14. But you can just sort of see, look left and look how much room it has. So that's typically why a stock will make the watch list. I mean, will they all look like this? No. And all you have to do is just load the windows. Go to my channel and load these and let the alerts happen. I wouldn't call it, not a great day today. I mean, a couple of good ones, but overall, obviously this one was good, clear. Early on, 946, 175, got all the way up to 316. Okay, give me a minute, please, here. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Just the way I've color coordinated it just means that a stock is made a new high. If it's green, it made a new low if it's yellow. It's just the way I've color coordinated things. You can choose different colors, that's all. So it's important, yes, because see, then I don't have to put in if I didn't have it done that way, then I'd have to put in a type column, which would say, okay, stock made a high or new high, something like that. I don't have to because I know when I see green, I know a stock's just made a new high for the day. And the same thing with the yellow. I know a stock has made a new low for the day. So it saves on a column. Also, it's visible. I mean, your eyes are drawn to colors. At least mine are. No, I have no, Calvin. What you're looking at are the results from the evening scan. Actually, no, no. But I say there are probably 8 or 9 scans that I'm looking at. They'll all have different filters. I mean, volume obviously is something that's important, but they could all have different filters. And then yeah, then it's just my determination. I mean, obviously look at the Celdex. I mean, will it be on the watch list tomorrow? Probably. Because I mean, just look how much room it's got. Not shortable for me. You have Thinkorswim too, don't you, Real? Or TD Ameritrade or something like that? Do you have them also? Heavy as the crown. Well, I'll show you. I mean, if you look at my trend reversals up scans, that's one of the ones I use. Okay, you can take a look at it. Every stock that appears in there is not, not going to be on the watch list tomorrow, but you can probably see if you check the trend reversal up, you're going to see some stocks that are crawling off the bottom, and then if they are, a nice void. Not all of them, of course. That's why I have to go through every one of them. Oh, I see. I didn't. I thought you were. Well, what was there not to like? A stock with basically no revenue having a bigger market cap than Ford. What's there not to like? So, guys, this is again in the right there, CLRO. Another cheap one. You can just see that if it can take out that 319 or so. So this could make the scan for tomorrow as an example. You're short, Jason. It's very choppy looking though. It's not great until you look at the monthly chart. And when you look at that monthly chart, so I'm going to stick an alert at 320 for this. It may not happen, but if it does, I mean, just look left on, you want to understand, what can make a scan or the watch list. This, just because it has all that room. Yeah, I read something. Yeah, I read something like that. But I also thought they did maybe wrong. I thought they were doing a financing too, which seems crazy. But see, this candle here after hours got everybody concerned right there. And I could have sworn I read something about 53 million shares, or maybe that's what you're talking about. That news came out. I don't know. There's something in that candle though that hit the market after hours on NKLA. Give me a moment here, please. This meeting is going to start pretty soon. So this just showed up also, this higher HYRE, but again, the same type of thing. You know, if it didn't have this little pop up here to 331, look how awesome this would be looking left. HYRE. All right, guys. I'm going to put myself on mute as this marketing meeting just is going to get started. So I'm going to put myself on mute, get the announcement here. All right, guys, I'm back. I actually didn't know that or didn't see this. Fox is actually an earnings play too. VOXX is actually an earnings play. Okay, so big area for to try to take out right now. VOXX. Okay, the Celsius. I'm not in the Celsius anymore, but it is. I guess it's not completely over. IDEX. Okay, IDEX. Let's take a look at. Oops. Definitely a lot of volume. A big float though. You know, the only thing I've got against some of these stocks that are like dollar stocks with 100 million in the float takes a bunch to move it. But I guess if you stretch it on that monthly chart, it's got probably got some stumbling right around 130, and then if it can get through that on the monthly, I guess it has room to. Excuse me, to 240 or so. A little choppy on that daily. Definitely choppy on the daily chart. How do I get indicator bars? Are you talking about what indicator bars are you talking about exactly, Lee? You talking about these colored bars over here? These are just filters. You know what I mean? They're just filters. Configure. Oops, let me just get rid of the... So they're just filters. You know, my position and on all these different ranges. And then you just say show and column. You know, you can just build it yourself. Okay. Now I can give you this one. The only issue is that, and you can build on this if you want. The only issue, I'm going to tell you right off the bat, is that this is a custom formula, so it's not going to show up. I don't know what'll show up, to be honest. If you have any custom formulas, you know, whatever, and it happens to be the same as mine, it'll show up here. Otherwise, nothing is going to show up here. Other than that, though, you'll have basically what I have. Hey, no problem. Well, I'm not seeing anything. You know, look at the SPY, guys. I mean, the SPY has just been flat. We're talking about almost 3 hours or so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, about 3 hours of really nothing much happening. No, Paul. No, not riding the SMA. No, I mean you can have literally riding it. No, I mean you can have an alert that it's over it on the daily chart, but not I think the way you're talking. Wow, yeah, look at U1. You're absolutely right. My goodness, look at the explosion for U1 now. Look at the volume that is coming in. I mean, that's a crazy low float. I have no idea, if it's really 920,000, right on the button, but whatever it is, it's going to be very low. So it's testing, now it's testing that high. 1916 or so, what is it? 1923? No, they not. I mean, I know you know. Well, you probably know we do have the option filters, but this is the extent of it. You have a ratio, but this is what we've got. Sure, just right click on an alert window, configure, and then search, and then just type in options. And here this is the one that I like if I'm going to be using this at all. Wow, look at U1. This is the one I like because basically this is showing abnormal option activity. So for instance, if you use this option volume today % and add the filter. So for instance, if I put 200 in here, that means the stock has to, if it normally trades, say over the last 10 days, 2,000 contracts, today it would have to trade 4,000. Well, we do have a ratio. I don't know if the ratio is good enough for you. Put call ratio. Okay. Wow, you won. Unbelievable. Right there, I mean, it had that pop and then it pulled back. And then, a lot of people may have thought, oh, maybe. And then look at this. Even if you took it on the break here, 15.30, that's $3. And it's halted, of course. Well, keep an eye on Fun, PHUN. Again, this is showing up with just the count being under 60, okay? That's why this is showing up a little bit earlier than in here. There it is. Now the count is 60. Real. Did you delete your post? Well, let's take a look to see where is it stacking up. Well, okay, it's stacking up a little bit lower now. This doesn't look like it's going to move higher. There it is, 1670, 1670. Got stopped at 1850, so this doesn't look like it's going to move up. Okay, there's Celsius. I'm not in it. Not anymore, but no, not too many. A couple of really good ones early, though, Eric. You know, the here and the fold. I actually took the fold. Coop is interesting. I mean, but it's been choppy. I mean, it's been very, very choppy. But definitely the here and the fold. Fold for me was the better one because it just basically did this. Here was a little more choppy. Okay, this is going to open U1. If it's a 5-minute haul, it'll open in less than a minute. U1. Yeah. All right. Why didn't it show up here? Trying to figure out why it didn't show up over here. Oh, it did show up. It's back here. CLSN. Okay, it's back there. I knew there would be. That's why I saw it in the first place. Of course, of course. Hey, listen, there's no problem with questions. That's why I'm here, okay? Because we have a halt resumes. This is a halt resume scanner, okay? So it told us that the halt was at 228.18. 228 at 18 seconds after 228. 9 times out of 10, the halts are for 5 minutes. And these are volatility halts. They're halted for 5 minutes. Okay? And so you can see right on the second. Sometimes if it's not going to be 5 minutes, it's always a multiple of 5. So that's why I was predicting, because 9 times out of 10, it's a 5-minute halt. So that's why I was predicting it was. I wish I shouldn't have told you all that. I should have told you. I had a vision. And it's going to get halted again. This is probably going to get halted again. And there it is. There's another halt. So now, if it works the same way, it'll be opening at 240 plus 35 seconds. Oh, are you talking about this? Are you talking about this? This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So, for instance, so this is, this is could be where it's going to open. I mean, this will fluctuate between, now and whenever it opens. But you see, it got closed. It halted at 1963. This is what it's stacking up right now. This is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, not part of Trade Ideas. And even late. Okay, now let's see some of the other ones coming in here. No, 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 no. WWR. So this is again, the reason they're showing up here is that it's 45 and this has a max or a min of 60. So these should be all. What I might do tomorrow is just put this one, replace this. This doesn't start until 1 o'clock, I believe, or 1:15. I put a time delay. I know it's confusing. I know what I'm trying to say. Well, there's a plan, Peter. I mean, we've been saying this for a long time. I mean, we're trying to get a deal done with E-Trade. They're actually trying to work with TD Ameritrade. Okay, when that's going to happen, I have no idea. The question was when will B Plus start working with other brokers other than just with Interactive Brokers? No, I don't have E-Trade. What you see here is E-Trade and Alpaca Interactive Brokers. These are just sort of jumping the gun a bit. Hopefully, we'll be able to. You notice how I'm connected on simulated trading. I could connect to my Interactive Brokers account. Hopefully, sometime down the road, we'll have a bunch of brokers you can connect to. That's all that's meaning. It's got nothing to do with. It's got nothing to do with me. Yeah, VWAP 2 is just VWAP 1 is the typical one. That's today's VWAP. VWAP 2 would be yesterday. 3 is the day before. 4 the day before that. 5 the day before that. You cannot be programmed to trade. You can trade. So I'm not sure I understand the question. With you can trade using. See, I did this one in the pre-market. Okay, I took this NCLH in the pre-market, but you've got to go in at limit. You can't go in at market. Okay. Well, it's on my other monitor. I don't show that, SID or SD, because it's not fair to those of you who pay for the premium service. So I don't show that. So again, when you say can it be programmed, it cannot be auto-programmed or anything like that. But you can certainly trade in the pre-market using Brokerage Plus. But everything has to be a limit order. You cannot go in at market. What a crazy, crazy, crazy one. I mean, U1 is like those other ones that have gone to $100. I'm not saying it's going to 100. That is correct. Well, not automatically. Exactly. Yeah, there's no demo on AI. There's no videos available with some action. No, sorry. You could always start off with our standard service, get used to it, and then you could always just try the premium for a month afterwards. You're not locked into any contract or anything. But I mean, when you say in action, I mean this is the screen. You get the entry time and you get a stop, and you can manage the trades as you see fit. Nothing for you to do. This is just a screen that you open before the market opens, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. Absolutely. You don't need interactive brokers to use trade ideas. Absolutely. This WW, guys, I mean, look at it. Takes this 259 out. Look at, sorry, WWR. Look what it got to. I mean, right to the penny on that daily candle, and then today you can see that. I mean, if it takes this out, this could go on a nice run. I'm just going to stick an alert there. Well, I don't. I use Holly in my own personal way. Obviously, I only look at the stocks at under $20 as an example. Okay, so I traded only one today. I traded the fold today. There's no best way. Okay, there's no. Everybody will have a different approach to using the AI. So there's no such thing as a best way. For me, it is a watch list more than anything. Yeah, so you can see that was another 5-minute halt. 235.35 opened at 240.35, so there's another 5-minute halt. Well, I have to admit, this surprised me. I mean, this move here, that could have been that in theory should have been the move, and it wasn't. And it had the volume, had the volume pop. I mean, it had a move, but it didn't have that move. It was not the precursor to this, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't know what a benchmark for 50,000 would be. There are I mean, I think there's, people out there, you look on the internet, you might see people saying don't risk more than 1% or 2% on any one trade, things like that. But I'm not comfortable giving advice like that. There will be all sorts of information out there, though, I think that depending on the size of your account, what a typical risk per trade might be. Yeah, I don't know what the relationship is. Yeah, I don't know what the relationship is. The news is not telling me anything, so I do not know what that is. However, this looks like this is a better chart than the other one. This is coming out of nowhere. Look at this. I mean, what? You would have thought yesterday, okay, well, it had a good run. I guess that's it for it. Look at this daily candle. Not shortable either, for me anyway. So even here, if you could have got it near 1924, even here, as late as it seemed, got up to 23.87. So that's like over $4. This is the one that really intrigues me. WWR, if it can take out, it'll be on the watch list for sure. This will be really interesting to see how it trades after hours, U1. Okay, this one just got halted. MDIA. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. It just got halted though. A lot of volume for it today. It doesn't trade very much at all. You can just look at the daily chart. Look at the volume bars down here. So it's traded almost 200,000, which is not a lot, but it dwarfs everything else. So I mean, this is something's up. Just got halted. And this is, you know what? I don't want to say this is the same, but Radio Networks and U1, and that one that just got halted. Class A radio stations, guys. I wonder if there's any sort of a connection. So guys, I'll be shutting down around 3 o'clock. I'm interested in this MDIA to see how it opens. I mean, it doesn't look like it's going to have a huge open or anything, but just the fact that it has radio in its name and UO in the sector, radio networks, there's the urban one, radio networks, okay? Just the fact that it has this. You know, this clear looks interesting, and there's a lot of resistance around 360. But you know, I mean, it's not. It's if you're looking for, 15 to 20 cents, they could do it. Well, there's the 200 day. That's going to be an issue probably for NTN. Otherwise, and it's a pretty choppy looking weekly. Look, this ugly looking daily. Wow, ugly, ugly, ugly. Lots of volume though. Yeah, I do figured it was at different classifications, but market is just flattening out. It looks a little more choppy on the 5-minute chart, but look at at 15. It's just kind of flattened right out. The massive pop. Okay, so this has now been halted on the way down. Yeah, it was just halted on the way down. Put myself on mute just for a minute here, guys. Yeah, every strategy, Enoch, every strategy, most of them have it's a hold period, okay? It's been optimized for a certain hold period. Doesn't mean you have to adhere to it, of course. I don't have it here, but so some of them maybe are a 60-minute hold, some are maybe 45-minute holds, etc. So that's why you're going to see time until exit. Okay, that's why it says that. That is correct. They cannot short. I think it's probably a good thing. 200-day moving average is just well, if you look it up, it's the average price over the last 200 days. Okay, so that is a figure that so many people, even people like myself, who do not really pay that much attention to a lot of the different indicators. The absolute definition, the average closing price for the last 200 days. Okay, so if it gets close to that, then a lot of people, if it starts going down to the 200-day, then will it bounce off it? Or if it starts approaching it, like what did I say, the NTN? So the NTN, you see that line right up there? There's the 200-day moving average. It's amazing how many times you'll see a stock just basically get stopped in its tracks when it hits that. And maybe takes a few times to get through it, or may never get through it. Now, are you talking about, which one are you talking about? The U1? If it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be opening at 2:57:53, which is in about 13 seconds. 13 seconds from now, if it's a 5-minute halt. So volatility halts are 9 times out of 10, 5 minutes long. Now let's see if this actually does. And now it's, there we are. No, it didn't open. Okay, so this is going to be longer. But NTN, but this one did open. I was wondering if it would just really pop or something. Here's another one, guys, that just got halted. PRTH. Yeah, it won't show up here. Did I miss it by a minute? Sorry. Oh, you're right. You're right. Math is tough. I was looking at my computer clock. All right, guys, if there are no more questions, then I think I'll just wind the room down now. NTN is moving, though. Is it ever moving? Look at this alert here, 187. A little later here at 202. I think I'll start using this one tomorrow. It's a little bit earlier, and I don't mind the fact that it's a little bit earlier in terms of the count. So I'm going to start using this one tomorrow. Basically what I'll do is I'll X that out. I'll use this during the day. And then I think I have, I know it's confusing. I know. As long as I know what I'm talking about, I guess that's the important thing. 210. So I delay it for 210. So I shouldn't get anything before 1 o'clock. This one is sort of the old one with 30. See right there, 30. Let me just check to see which one's kind of snuck in there a little bit earlier and see maybe I make it 40. You know what I mean? Like to get rid of some that didn't really move, but how about 38? I mean, listen, it's trial and error. Wow, NTN just rippage here now. Absolute rippage. Didn't somebody say they just got out of it? I could have sworn I just read where somebody said, well, it's not moving, so I just got out of the NTN. Didn't I read that? Of course, I'm sure. Oh, it was goods. Yep, you. Man. All right, guys. Well, I am going to take off now. Got things on the go in the old Anderson household, so I've got some things to do. So, what a day, another day, guys. Who knows what tomorrow's going to bring, but we'll be here to enjoy it. So, we'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So, have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.